My name's Peter Cook, and I'm Executive Director of the New York State Council of Churches, and I'm just thrilled to see so many people here. I think we touched a nerve here, and we might have a few things to say that are going to resonate with your own experience, so welcome everyone. I want to thank my colleague, Reverend Kirk Davidoff, who's my colleague, also ordained in the United Church of Christ, who led us in worship, and you'll meet some of our other colleagues as we go forward. I wanted to say a special word of thanks to all of our sponsors. You can see them up here on the screen. They're icons, but we also place them in your book so that you can see them. And they also appear on our new website. If you go to nyscoc.org, you will find a big resource page, including the resources that we're going to present here today on the website. But you'll also see the sponsors, and you can click on each one, and it'll take them to your website. So we're just so grateful for all of that support. We'll be doing these seminars all over the state. This is our first journey here. We have 4 more after this. So we're going to learn some things today about how to do it and kind of to get a feel for your questions. But ask for your patience if there's a little glitch or two as we try to go through this first journey. Some of us pastors have parking spots. Some of us are more worried about our parking spot than our neighborhood. So this is a little bit of poking fun at us religious folks. I had a pastor colleague in Waukegan, Illinois, had a sign in his lot that said, "Don't even think about it." Anyway, it's pretty funny. So I wanted to begin. The other day I was walking in Manhattan and outside a train station, and I got off the train and I encountered this lovely little scene. And as I looked at this street scene and saw smiling people, I was yet reminded of how we need in our lives easy places in our community for welcome, for connection, for joy, and for whimsy. And had this been in a gated community, I sometimes wonder whether this little scene would have encountered some rules and regulations. For instance, would they have asked this nice gentleman over here who brought Noah's Ark to Manhattan whether he had a permit to do that, right? Would they say that he was loitering? But we need to create spaces in our community that allow for this kind of connection and sense of belonging. And it sort of makes us ask, I think, what makes us happy? Not shopping or consumption, maybe not the best worship experience or some brand new production that we're putting on. I think joy actually rests with time that we have with friends, communing with nature, being in community. And sometimes art actually can facilitate these kinds of connections. Sometimes we have public art, for instance, that we'll talk a little bit about later, that helps to build community. As a child, do you remember the moments which brought you the most joy? Joy probably does not come from being sequestered in front of a television, playing video games, but doing something far more interactive. And I think of my fondest memories as a child in has ones where I ventured out from my neighborhood onto the street. That's my neighborhood street growing up in Berkeley, California. And it was so easy to just kind of walk out into the street where we could play ball or kick the can or whatever we could invent out there. But in these even more urban neighborhoods, you can see children playing here easily out in the street. There are adults around, and that's a picture from many years ago of some kids doing the same thing. This is another picture that I had. This is in Harlem. I took this very recently. You can see the public housing development there, and then there's a wonderful park with very well-maintained tennis courts, and that's Mayor Dinkins over there in the hat, and he had started this whole tennis academy for kids in the city. It's a wonderful place that kind of brings people together. So Mindy Full-Love, who you'll hear about, tells us that we improve the mental health of the community by facilitating connections between different groups of people. Or in theological terms, we discover joy from loving our neighbor, or in a more formal theological formulation, we find the Christ through the relationships that we build with one another. Vital communities meet human, social, and emotional needs. And so it really invites us to ask, where do you see this kind of connection happening in your community? Where do you see the different parts and people in your community connect? In the faith communities, it seems incumbent on us to really advocate for neighborhoods and cities which lend themselves to this kind of interaction, knowing that this has a tremendous impact on our mental health and sense of spiritual well-being. So, at the same time as we have this image, let's see another nice communal image here. We get this, right? This is a gated community. Some people live in gated communities so that they can feel safe, right? I'm sure people are very safe in there, but it probably is a pretty lonely existence in there. Or others purchase expensive condos. This condo was purchased last year by a hedge fund manager in Chicago for $222 million. It's the most expensive condo probably in the world. And you might not know this, but there's a vacancy rate for upscale condos in New York City where 1 out of 4 condos, these upscale condos are vacant. In other words, they can't find a buyer. But at the same time, if you look at that picture, we have 70,000 people who are homeless in New York City, 90,000 throughout the state of New York. And that is because the cost of housing is far too high and there's just not enough of it. And so you kind of look at these contrasts here. Vacant luxury property. And by the way, the guy who bought the $222 million condo probably only lives in it a couple months out of the year because he has 4 or 5 others of these around the world. Okay? Or some of us might be sequestered in our 1-acre lot mega mansion here. You can see the big garages. You can just kind of pull right into our garage. You don't have to deal with our neighbors. I would bet you money that the person who lives in that house has no idea the name of the neighbors who live on their left or on their right. Okay, this is a nice, very typical suburban scene. And yet, we have a lot of people in our suburban communities who maybe aren't out on the street homeless, but are what we call couch surfers. Okay? You can take a look at that. Or, this is a picture of Syracuse, a neighborhood in Syracuse prior to 1967. You can see, a pretty interactive kind of situation there. What did they do? They see that neighborhood on the left. They took an overpass to build right through it. They just ripped right down through the middle of that neighborhood so that people could get in their cars and go from one suburb to the next. And actually what they're going to do now is they're going to rip that thing down so that they can sort of bring that neighborhood back. It's called the Grid in Syracuse. Or we have dilapidated housing. This often comes as a result of credit deserts or redlining, where basically people could not get the money they needed to be able to fix up their property. Redlining is outlawed now, but it's the gift that keeps on giving, unfortunately, in many of our communities across the state of New York, in our cities, in our suburbs, and in our rural communities. Or, somewhere I read that in the United States there are 8,900 empty shopping malls. As we kind of move to online retail, right, we lose a lot of retail space. And these things often lie empty. And at the same time, in these same communities, not far away, you have people living in trailer parks that might not look very expensive, except that the lot rent that is charged by some out-of-state developer for this family could keep coming up, which could create a rather destabilizing sort of situation for people that live in rural communities. Okay, this is another picture. I was in South Africa in 2006. The picture on your left is what is called District 6. That was an integrated neighborhood, integrated by race, integrated by religion. This was very upsetting to the apartheid government. So what did they do? They bulldozed the place. That's what it looks like today. And they displaced all these people into townships. They put colored people in one township, they put black people in another township, and shipped them out without any good transportation to come back into the city. So we have to admit that we live in a communities that are often sorted out. They're segregated by history, by attitude, and there's a part of us who really thinks that we will be more secure if we can be around people who are just like us, and that there are people who are not like us. Sometimes that can be spiritually rather upsetting. And unfortunately, when we get to churches, we also buy into this sort of sorted out vision. And it's a vision of church growth which is based on what I call the attraction model, which is that if we really do great things in our church and there are people just like us, we're going to attract other people just like us to come to our church. So here's a nice little picture from the 70s of the choir. Many people are motivated to join a choir like this, okay? They really want to come to church because of that. Or, this is another version of this. This is a mega church where we do a a really powerful kind of worship service, and we try to attract people to come to it. But both of these models are really very inward focused in how they understand church, how they understand a faith community. And these are really recipes for decline because we're just not building enough relationships with enough people if it's all about us and it's all about attracting people to come to us. So, funny signs here. I love this one. God never turns off his security system, right? You see the fence. You see how many of your churches, faith communities, have the buzzer system, to get in. It feels like going into a jail to get into your church, And this is sometimes driven by a kind of a fear of the community or the neighborhood in which we live. Or this is sometimes a byproduct of that. Here's a church with pews. It's really hard to do much of anything in this church except worship there once a week, and you can see the incredible attendance that's going on in this congregation. Here's the typical church basement, right? And I just love this picture. This is actually a church basement with gravestones in it. So just kind of think about that for a moment. But that was one picture of church, that attraction model. But another model of church really is about how we engage our community. And that's a picture of a square in honor of Washington Gladden at the turn of the century, who really called on the church to get out to be in solidarity with working people. And these are some other pictures from the social gospel movement, where we really believe that God's redemptive work was done through our community outreach. And a lot of that social gospel had its beginnings in upstate New York, like up in the Rochester area. So this has been very much a part of our history, this sort of notion of outreach within our community. Or during the Great Depression, there were many faith communities who said we can no longer do all this charity by ourselves, and we need to call on the government to step up to its responsibility. And a lot of times we hold up this sort of weird idea of charity and volunteerism, that things were much better when churches could, care for people on their own until the government came in and messed that up. That is a myth. And truth, during the Great Depression, churches said we are at our wits' end. We cannot care for everyone in our community, and we want to do this impartially, and we need the government to step up and take on its responsibility. And this is what we call, of course, the New Deal. There's a great book. You'll see it on my website. There's a presentation by the author of this book. It's called It's called No Depression in Heaven by Allison Collis Green, who did a lot of research about churches in the Mississippi Delta and the Deep South that really chronicled this whole advocacy effort by faith communities, both Christian and Jewish, down in the South, across the theological spectrum. So given that history, we're really called, I think, as a community to get out and meet people, to meet them where they are, and be present. Sometimes that's a protest, sometimes here's like the Green New Deal. I think one of our churches brought a whole bunch of people, right? Your church went down to Washington, D.C. for the climate strike.
No, to New York City.
To New York City for the climate strike, exactly. Or this is a whole lovely sort of outreach of giving shoes and clothing to kids out on the street. This is some pictures of men who were previously incarcerated and the care that's offered. This was some advocacy around working with immigrants and also protesting children who are separated from their families. And I love this picture. This is what we call intergenerational daycare, right? Look at that gentleman over there, bringing out his inner Mr. Rogers, right? So, how do we create these connections? And also we have churches that really need to be places that well, the church needs to be in the business of not just the pastor, but other people from the church or faith communities, synagogues, mosques, or whatever, to show up at City Hall. They need to be building relationships with their mayor, with their city planners, with their elected officials, and with their community, and to really be part of the public discussion. And this is an art that I think has been lost in many of our faith communities. This, of course, was very much a part of my tradition, the Congregationalist tradition up in New England, where you couldn't even start a town until you had a church. And the role of the moderator was to moderate between the church and town meeting. That's where we get that word, moderator, to moderate between these two. But somewhere along the way, we said, you know, this is too political. You know, you get that? We're a non-political church. We're an apolitical church, which is complete nonsense. If you do nothing political, you are making a political statement. That's what I want to say. So it's better to just embrace who you are and get out there and challenge the powers and principalities of the world that deal with separation. And churches are also gathering places for community conversation. This might be, can be a place of neutral ground for public conversation, which we think is really important. So, for heaven's sake, have a candidates debate in your church. Gather the neighborhood when you're talking about planning development that's a development that might be built there. Don't be bashful. Bring the community in and try to model the virtues of public conversation. Is Rob in the room?
Yeah, I'm here.
There you are. Rob, tell me what your position is again.
I'm the senior fellow for community design at Regional Plan Association,
Okay.
which is a nonprofit based in New York.
Great, thanks, Rob. So I was at a seminar with Rob the other day, and he did this marvelous thing where he laid out these planning maps, and then put this clear sheet of paper over it, and then he had people come and sort of design neighborhoods. And I thought, wow, this is something that churches could really do with their communities, right? Bring people together and say, let's take a look at our neighborhood. How's it designed? What's going on? What's your vision? And the faith communities can really be in a leadership position here and bringing people together. I think that's a really appropriate thing for churches to do. And I'm sorry, I keep using the word church. I mean synagogue and mosque, and I don't want to, I really should be using the word faith community. But anyway, this is sort of an open design kind of approach. You know, imagine your congregation relating to your neighborhood through design like this. Okay? Remember the tombstones in the church basement? Right? Go for this. This needs to be your guiding vision. So, there are some design things that churches do, right? Community gardens, that's going to be a pretty nice thing to do. It's not a high cost opportunity, but it really helps to nourish your neighborhood. Some of our neighborhoods are what we call food deserts, where you can't get a decent supermarket. But this is, so growing things together and doing and growing food together is really a wonderful thing you can do in the community. Or this is my friend from seminary. She started a whole program for youth that creates public art. And they actually have now gotten into building tiny homes for homeless people but really using art as a transformational process. Or, I don't know, I just love that picture. This is a grain silo. Somebody had a sense of humor and decided to make it into something artistic. This is Isaiah House, which is in Syracuse. This is a ministry of the Cayuga Syracuse Presbytery. And basically, they took over a place, and it becomes a community gathering spot for a community that just really is struggling and in transition. It's a wonderful ministry. You can see these nice open spaces here. They're also growing vegetables and so on outside of Isaiah House. Or think about creating community spaces in your church that really bring people together. This is a picture of Judson Memorial Church. You can see, as the pastor often emphasizes, they took out all the pews, right? And so that this space can be used throughout the week and not just on Sunday morning. That's in Greenwich Village. So one of the things we need to really worry about as a faith community is what we call not in my backyard. Does everybody know what that is? NIMBY is a word for short. A lot of times, we're really good about saying, oh, it's so great, we need more money for affordable housing, it's so important we house people of different races and backgrounds, and then when it gets proposed to build a development like that in your neighborhood, everybody goes reptile brain, right? And they just forget about all these lofty ideals, and they go back to that sort of District 6 sort of segregationist mentality. And so we really, as a church, have a responsibility to hold up a vision for a more inclusive, non-sorted out city, and really translate that into advocacy in a public space. To go to zoning board meetings when we're proposing affordable housing, not just you, but anybody, and speaking up and saying, this is really important, and seeking good design and building this housing. So, there's I don't know if he's a pastor, but there he is over there with his, that's the NIMBY person on the left, and there's the Provision person on the right? That's Letitia James, the Attorney General. She had a program for different parts of the state of $1.4 million to give churches pre-development dollars to kind of position themselves to be able to build affordable housing. This you'll hear about a little later. This is Antioch Baptist Church in Bedford, New York. And you will hear how they pulled this off, but this is affordable housing in a previous church structure that the Baptist Church owned. And Antioch Baptist Church is still a very alive congregation that is really looking to do more with its property in addition to this. This is Chapel Garden Senior Apartments in Waukegan, Illinois. This is 22 units of tax credit financed housing. Seniors, this was built at my first church. That's a really colorful story. Basically, the neighbors just had a hissy fit over this. And they said things like, what guarantees can you give us that ambulance traffic won't be keeping us up at night? I think sometimes maybe people get together and they come up with the same kind of arguments, right? Or what guarantees can you give us that people won't be wandering in the neighborhood? That was one of my favorite ones. This is a senior development in outside of Rochester, started by Greece Baptist Church. They had 5 acres. This is called Long Pond Affordable Housing, and they've done this in 2 phases, but you can see this nice open area. The church is sort of on this end, and so there's kind of a nice open architecture there. This is an assisted living development that was started by my sister's church. She lives in Condon, Oregon, population 620 and a county of 2,000. And the county's about half the size of Rhode Island, okay? Very rural, but they started this little development in that rural community. This is First Presbyterian Church in Jamaica Plain. It's called the Tree of Life development. Probably many of you are familiar with it. It includes a renovation of their church, a medical clinic, and mixed-use housing at varying levels of affordability. And that's in process. This is called, I think it's called this is a church in Washington, D.C. You can see their house of worship there. And then that's all affordable housing built behind it. This is, Bill, where are you? Bill, tell them what this is.
153 units of affordable senior housing on a church site with congregation ceased to exist. 57 of the units will be for senior, formerly incarcerated or returning citizens, with Fortune Society providing on-site services, and a 5,600 square foot space in the corner of the building that we're looking to have a United Methodist agency, such as a child care program or an adult daycare program or something of that sort, even possibly a drug recovery program, addiction recovery program that we actually sponsor to have on-site services as well. So HPD is at 166th and Washington Avenue in the Morrisania section of the Bronx.
Great.
Foundation is in,
And it's going up.
we're having a blessing of construction on Thursday.
Oh, good.
Because we couldn't have a groundbreaking because the foundation's already poured.
Oh, very awesome. Good. This is a Lutheran church in Vancouver, British Columbia. You can see the churches on the bottom, affordable housing on the top. This is Entrada in Saratoga Springs. This is about 200 affordable units. 20 of these units are for kids who've aged out of foster care. 20 of them in Saratoga Springs. This is St. Mark's Evangelical Lutheran Church in Bushwick. 20 affordable units they built right into the structure. Oh, you've seen that. This is in White Plains. This is a supportive housing project. And these are 2 shelters for people with severe mental disabilities and previously homeless. These are both in the Bronx. Okay.
There is a story of a woman who was resting at the crossroads. She had beside her her traveling sack. Inside she had nourishment, her blankets for resting. And she was enjoying the day when a man came down one of the roads and saw her from a distance and said to himself, I wonder if this woman has something for me to eat. So he greeted her. Wise woman, he said. I'm not sure if he was being sarcastic or whether he actually could see that there was wisdom sitting there. Do you have nourishment? Would you share it with me? She said, of course. It's in yourself. Help yourself. And so he opened the sack, and as he was rummaging through, he saw bread, he saw wine, and he saw something catch the sunlight, looked like it might be a jewel. He reached in, and he picked it up, and he said, oh, wise woman, would you share this with me? And she said, yes. Oh my gosh. I'd like to be so good. And he quickly walked around the bend on the other crossroad. After a moment or two, he was out of sight. He stopped. He thought. And he turned around and went back. He found the woman still there, enjoying the sun in the sky. Dear woman, he said, would you take this back? And would you share with me that which enabled you to give this to me? When Mindy Foley-Love wrote her book, Root Shock, she challenged us to choose between greed and true sustainability. I met Mindy Foley-Love so many years ago when we were both in medical school. And about 5 years ago in Rochester, New York, somebody who was working with a community group on what they call gentrification, for pushing the people who used to live there out so somebody new who had a little more money could move in. And I said, Mindy Foley-Love's coming to town. Mindy Foley-Love. I knew that was her married name, Mindy Thompson Foley-Love. She's going to be doing a community walk. Couldn't make it that day. But I started to look into the literature. I knew she was a psychiatrist, and I knew that she and her husband had been involved in the AIDS epidemic and with community work around AIDS. But for the last 15 or 20 years, she's been writing about root shock, the sorting out of America's communities, especially cities, but all communities. Sorting out by race, by class, by ethnicity, by interest. You know, so many communities around Rochester, New York have been built up. The Webster community, well, that's the Xerox community. And then there are other communities where the whole community grew up, and as these factories downsize, those communities are challenged. Well, this root shock, when I talked to Mindy on the phone, because Peter had contacted her and said, you know, you've got something in this book that we need to understand. I said, Mindy, root shock, root theology. She said, what, root theology? I said, yes, you see, in this day and age, new theology, I believe, has to come out of the context. That all good theology is contextual theology. My model for this root theology idea was the Mujerista theology movement in Latin America, where women decided, okay, we've got this life-changing, life-threatening situation. Let's go to the Bible, and let's find in the Bible examples of people who have also struggled through. And they developed a whole theological framework because of their context. Well, our context calls for what I call a root theology. My teacher in this was a pine tree and a lily. You see, the pine tree, you know, they have very short roots. They nourish one another. I first came across this when I was a Boy Scout and we were fighting a forest fire. And the roots were so entwined that the forest fire would be put out in one part of the acreage and then pop up because it had gone underground through the roots. And so the pine tree tells us that we are intertwined in living and in dying. Why can't we choose the living? And then this summer I had the great joy of being on a new meditation trip one morning. We were going along the coast of the Stony Point Lake, and the leader of the group read to us a poem about the lily. And as he was reading the poem, because to me, lily pad, yeah, lily pads, that's a lily, right? No. He's reading the poem, and I'm looking down, and he reads that there's something in the lily that's below the water. I look down, and there's this red structure, and it was not only just one lily pad, it was all of them. And then he talked about how there are tubules that go down through the water, no matter what the depth, to the roots which are in the ground. And the lily pad is not simple. It has these structures on it that bring in oxygen and energy and processes all the way down to the roots. And I thought, this is us. We are people somehow who sometimes are in the ground, and some others are in the air, and others are just below the water, but we are all connected. Could this not be a way of thinking about our life as human beings on a spiritual journey? Any good theology has to be grounded somehow in our history as well as our present and our views of our future. And for me, there are two scriptures that tend to capture the contextual theology that's called for in Root theology. Jeremiah 9:23, 24. You know, this is a scripture where Jeremiah says, let us not boast. Let the strong not boast of their strength, and the wise not boast of their wisdom, and the weak, and the rich not boast of their riches. But if they want to boast, remember that it's the Lord God who is behind all of these. It is the Lord God who shares mercy. It is the Lord God who shares justice and relationships and of God. Jesus of Nazareth, in Matthew 7, is said to have captured what's been captured in the charter for compassion. So, in everything, do to others what you would have them do to you. And what really got me, Jesus says, this is the sum of the law and the prophets. You see, friends, we have to make a choice whether we're going to let doctrine be our excuse to not recognize our interconnectedness, or whether there's something in our faith which has been telling us always, that we're connected, that that's our responsibility, and that everything that we've written in the scriptures and the doctrines boils down to that. Now, ever since the Barmen Declaration in the Nazi era, where people of faith stood up and said, no, you're not the head of the church, God's the head of the church. And they were doing that in response to genocide. We've been called to look at what we have fashioned in common based in these very same principles, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the Charter for Compassion. How many here are familiar with the Charter for Compassion? Charter for Compassion was written 10 years ago this year by Karen Armstrong, the woman who wrote The History of God. When she got a TED grant, and they said, what are you going to do with this $250,000? And she called together people from many, many faith traditions across the world. And as they did their work together, they realized that in all written faiths, the golden rule is there. Almost word for word. Almost word for word. And she fashioned that, a whole movement called the Compassion Movement. Peter encouraged me to do a shorter version. You can go deep, deep down into the depths with the handout. But I want to extract what I think are the essential understanding of root theology. So the radicals, like the lily pad has roots and radicals, like all living plants and trees have roots and radicals. The radicals of root, the R of the root theology, are these, and understandings like that. The first O of root is oikoumenios. But we Christians like to think, we understand what that is, it's ecumenical, see? And it means all Christians. Well, okay. But the Greek word meant the household, and it was bigger than that. So oikoumenios also means ecumenical, interfaith. But more than that, if you look at the work of Pope Francis and looking at saving the climate, and he called together clerics from the Jewish tradition, Muslim tradition, and Christian traditions. Each one, in their own way, said, The whole world is a great congregation. The whole world is God's temple. The whole world is the masjid of Allah. In other words, oikoumenios means everyone, the cosmos as we know it. That is the root that we're talking about. The second O of root theology is opting for the poor and the marginalized. If you parse that out, it means solidarity with a higher power. Now, my humanist friends in the Humanist Society of New York City understand what I'm talking about because they have a mother church. Humanism is a higher power, something greater than themselves. So there's a higher power that you have to be in touch with. Mutuality with all others, all, even the ones you don't like, even the neighbors who gossip. Right? Yes. Vulnerability. You see, there's an underbelly of this accepting people as neighbor, just like you heard of Mr. Rogers. You know, he was open to the child. He's open to all the children and families that listen to him. If you are a neighbor, you will be vulnerable. But you are not alone. You share that vulnerability with others. Some people in the Lebanese Christian tradition, Khalil Gibran tells me, like to tell the story of the two Jesus who meet in the hills of Lebanon once every 100 years. Jesus of the Christians is in the garden, tending the garden, and Jesus of Nazareth comes into the garden at the beginning of the day. They greet one another with love, and they talk, and they converse, and they listen to one another. And near the end of the day, Jesus of Nazareth turns to his brother and says, "My dear brother, I love you so much, but I do not know if we will ever meet." The choice, of course, is do you follow Jesus of Nazareth, or do you fashion a Jesus of your own life that will not make you wrong? The T of root theology is transition. Understanding that all is in transition. Even our bodies are in transition. Our societies are in transition. Transaction is the way that we do that, and transformation is the process we're called to. And of course, as a Presbyterian, I have to sort of rephrase Presbyterian language. Transforming, transformed, and always being transformed, because that higher power is leading the transformation, not our own ideas. The practice of root theology is questioning the status quo, identifying the key sites for intervention, creating new ways of seeing, and creating new ways of being. Now, there are many models of root theology. I list them here, they're in your handout. Each of these has a history of really working in communities and being of some use. And the reason why I offer you many models is because you have to choose the model when you build your community team that makes sense to you, that arises out of the kind of ways that you live together, the ways that you can build together. In 1978, when I was studying community health in Kenya, I met a medical student who captured this challenge of root theology. He said on his door in the room, "Go to the people, live with them, learn from them, love them, plan with them, act with them, celebrate with them." That is what community health is all about. Thank you.
I appreciated the modeling of human community around nature and the way nature functions. I wonder if you were also aware of the Universal Declaration of the Rights of Nature, that might be a part of, that might be paired with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That's a document that was prepared first in South America. It's being used here in the U.S. to prevent fracking and to give river rights and so forth and so on. It's nature, spirituality with a constitutional language. It gives her corporate personhood.
Very wonderful.
Others? Responses, questions?
Yeah.
Why don't you say your name?
My name is Kara Hochhalter. I was wondering about the churches who build homes for low-income homes, whether they get government support for those often, or are they mostly on their own?
Bill, would you like to field that question?
Our financing comes from HPD, from the state. You all can hear me, I'm a preacher, right?
Okay.
And one of the complications for our project is that we can't own the conduit or the space that's the community space because of sort of HPD and the government sort of providing a lot of the funding plus the low-income tax credits. So we actually have a sweetheart deal of a lease for that space. So that was a way to overcome that hurdle. But yes, you need to work, in our case, with a developer, so it's a joint venture. And I would suggest that those are ways that big communities can actually get these projects done.
And you're going to,
I should say a socially conscious, good developer.
in the later part of our presentation today, we're going to have Jason LeBate here from Goldstein Hall to sort of talk about how these deals get structured that do involve public financing. Because that definitely is a component of faith communities outreach. Great.
We are a small congregation in a small city, but one of our biggest challenges is that 90% of the people in our small congregation do not live in our city. So their neighborhood isn't our neighborhood.
Right,
And I
your
hope that will be
destination.
addressed. Yeah.
Good. When we talk about, William, I need to build on this, but when we talk about a sorted out city, we are not talking just about a neighborhood. We're talking about the ecology of a whole region. Okay, so it would be an interesting reflection to see where your parishioners are coming from, and do they have to drive? What's their neighborhood look like? What is the connection between their neighborhoods and the neighborhood that your church is in? Can the people in your neighborhood, where the churches live in the neighborhoods where the people are coming from, and vice versa? So you have to look at this in a much more holistic kind of way, which is why we're going to talk about comprehensive plans and land use planning in a little bit.
We're going to be talking about Mindy Fullylove's periodic table of the elements of restoration. But one of the things that precedes using those tools is an understanding of yourselves as church as connected, so that you have two connections and multiple connections. Your church is certainly connected to the community in which your church building sits and in which they worship. The secret there is that now you have to have partnerships with those people in the communities where your church building sits. But also you have a great opportunity to have multiple partnerships in all those communities. Because the fact is that in sorting out, all those communities are one. They've just been segregated, separated from one another. And their future is going to only be in connection. Otherwise, they'll be running, and then the next generation will be running, and there won't be any place to run. Maybe we'll all go to Idaho. So connection is the key. You are connected, and you have multiple opportunities for increasing.
Good, Dora?
Thank you. I just wanted to underscore the comment that you made. Peter, you're using the word ecology. Father William, Pastor William, you're using root. I think it's so important to understand that the ecology of our human community is not disassociated from the ecology of the land. And there are people, I know there are people who are organizing and they feel they have to choose one or the other. And so a holistic approach, I think, is tactically wise and also theologically important, imperative. So thank you very much for that. And I hope we don't forget that as we slide into, quote, practicalities. I come from a region of farmers, and they understand the needs of the land. And I can't imagine talking to them without making clear that I honor that as well.
Amen.
Yeah, Mark?
Yeah, just responding to your comment. I'm reminded of a quote from Dwight Eisenhower, which was, "If a problem can't be solved, enlarge it." And I think sometimes you look at the issues of housing and homelessness and poverty, and we don't realize that the answers are maybe wider than the question. And the one word I would have shared earlier was the whole question of abundance, that we do have abundance. We have to get out of the sense that there's not enough, there is enough. If we ask the larger questions of where are the resources, internal and external. So thank you for reminding us that the environment is totally connected with our desire and our capacity to provide housing, decent housing for each other.
Say two quick responses to the last two comments. One is that a lot of times in some communities, not in my backyard, people are also pro-environmental. They juxtapose building housing for poor people against their environmental vision. And in fact, a lot of times when we do these big 1 acre zoning kinds of things, right? These single family homes, it's a much greater strain on our resources than if we were to move towards a higher density, but those are often opposed. Higher density, more green space. So that's just one thing I guess I would really say. And then also I think just within our public life, we often have an economy of scarcity in terms of how we talk about public policy and financing politically. It's not always been that way. But right now we have a kind of a scarcity narrative. Okay, one other response, question?
I just have one comment about the scarcity. I think we all know this. Look at the government's budget in the United States. This much for military, this much for domestic.
So sometimes we have abundance for a life of segregation, but scarcity for things that bring us together. Yeah, one more.
So a book that I read recently that I just want to let you know about that does a really great job of tackling the myth of scarcity and then talking about the alternative of sufficiency that my people have heard me preach on. It's called The Soul of Money. It has a further subtitle I don't remember, but the author is Lynn Twist. Twist like you twist your wrist. And she talks about the myth of scarcity is based on 3 different things. There's not enough, more is always better, and this is the way it just has to be. This is just how it is. And she systematically confronts those and offers an alternative, and it's just really good because it's done very well. She specifically is relating this to money, but she also incorporates some of the wider thoughts about resources and other stuff.
Thank you. So we're now going to go to the 9 elements of urban community restoration, and that is in your packet. And these are sort of the interconnected elements that you need to think about. So, William?
I hope that you can see by now the importance of having a spiritual foundation for engaging in this work. There is a principle of enough is the nature of reality. Interconnectedness is who we and all are and everything is. And a theology of hope. Because if you can't even imagine muddling through, then you'll stand in the same place and you'll see. So Minnie Philippa didn't stop at saying, look at all this damage, roots that have been chopped and things that have been torn down. She comes up with the idea that we must try to restore the joy. And by the way, she defines joy in a very clear way. Joy for her equals rebuilding and revitalizing. So if someone tells you that they want to build a high-end restaurant, which one of my neighbors is doing in our conversation, the question I have is, okay, so how will that help us to rebuild and revitalize the whole community? Well, maybe entitled this piece of her work in her next book on this particular subject, Urban Alchemy, the periodic tables of the elements of urban and community restoration. And she chose that idea not just because she was a physician and had to study this stuff when she was in school, but it's her idea that these elements that we as human beings are using to approach restoration are somehow a part of who we actually are. In many countries, her experience has been in many countries and all across our country in different contexts. So much so that she says these are actual elements, like carbon and oxygen are elements. These are real elements, and she offers us these. We use this towards the practice of root theology. She groups the first group of elements under the idea of align. This is why I told you, in order to begin to use these, you've got to be working at building up your team, your relationships, common spirits that want to work on restoration. There are 3 elements under align. The first is keeping the whole city, a whole rural area, a whole neighborhood in mind. Understanding that the separation caused by sorting out is blinding, and facing the complexity of the whole city so that we can restore. Don't tell me that you want to rehab one house. I love Habitat for Humanity. But while they're building that house, someone from that team needs to be a part of the wider team that's looking at that whole community. Find what you're for, including everyone. That is to say, you've got to have those deep community relationships. And they don't start out automatically with some one called mass meeting. They're built slowly over time. Or they're built because one organization is active and you connect with another organization as individuals or as groups. You build that. You address the sorted out city. You have to look at the truth. You use art and science of urbanism and community ecology for restoration. You have to make your mark. Now, making your mark doesn't mean have an impact. It means you have to choose the spot where you think by making your mark, working on this particular place, you've begun the process or you've deepened the process of restoration. You have to change from movement and going through a place, a neighborhood, a community, a city, to going to it. Instead of knocking down the so-called blighted community, you walk that community. and you see the richness that may already be there and the things that might need addressing. You place your mark in the right spot and you bridge the path to the future. As you engage in those processes, you begin the process of creating. 4 components in that. You have to unpuzzle the fractured space. Do your best through community walks and community meetings and the stories that you'll hear from people who have been in that community, people who have left that community, and people who are new and never have gone to that community but might be able to come and help you see things that are valued or see things that need addressing that you can't see from those other vantage points. Opening up the perspective so that we can see. Opening up connections so that we can move freely. Robert Frost said something there is that doesn't love a wall. And before I would build a wall, I'd like to know what I'm walling out or walling in. And this is true of removing the sordid outness. Lots of times there are different kinds of walls, some figuratively, some actual, some spiritually, that have to be addressed. You share resources that you can have equity. The person in that big high-rise, maybe he could rent out his place or offer his place that's already paid for those other 8 months out of the year. You unslum all neighborhoods. All neighborhoods. You don't get rid of them. You address them. You look for what can be restored, what needs changing. And that means all neighborhoods. You know, the richest of sorted out neighborhoods can be the place where more kids are committing suicide and more kids are vaping and dying from heroin overdoses. So unslumming all neighborhoods. You acknowledge the pain of unexpectancy. I had to read this chapter again and I said, oh, unexpectancy. If you expect bad stuff, then bad stuff will happen. It's painful to acknowledge that what you've gotten used to, if you live in a sorted out place that really needs attention, it's painful to acknowledge that things aren't good. Things really do need changing. The guy who's dealing drugs in the corner really does need to stop doing drugs. The guy who's homeless, the family who's homeless, we really do need to do something to address that homelessness. We have to acknowledge the pain of unexpectancy. We need to read into what we're seeing and not just look at the weaknesses that we see, but see the sacredness of the relationships that we see. We have to invest in the places where we say we want to stay. We have to create meaningful places. This one speaks to me so personally because in our community in Medina, New York, halfway between Rochester and Buffalo, we have an almost empty education building from the days when we had like 100 kids in the Sunday school. And what we've resolved now is to develop a center for compassion in communities based on the charm for compassion. And so when we have this seminar in our place, we're going to be getting some advice from some of the folks that you'll hear here about how we can actually use the space to become a community place. Minnie in her books likes to refer to Jane Addams and the Hull House. And the fact that that became everything that the community needed. When people were sick, she created a second floor where there were hospital beds. It was a school. It was a place of relationship. It was a place that the community considered its own center. And so creating meaningful places, community gardens is so extremely important. It's not just about the stuff you grow. It's about the people you work with as you grow. It's about the changed image of your community, the new perspective that comes out of that new green space. We talked about this a minute ago. Strengthening the region is a part of the creation. You're going to be meeting people who are saying, what are you going to do from this town? Why are you going to work with me in my town? Or you're from the Baptist church. Why do you want me to come to your church? You're a Presbyterian. Because in common, we share the region, so we have to strengthen the whole region together. And of course, in doing those things, you begin or deepen the process of connection. Showing solidarity with all life. This is what the sister was saying over here. All life. Human life, biological life, even the rocks. You know, the rocks that are so important in our area when the lake begins to wash up and wash away the shores. People have learned to bring large stones and preserve their shoreline. And of course they have their own beauty. Organizing by listening, India would say to us. Reassembling the fragments. Don't be with the pain. Don't just be disheartened by that. Be disillusioned. Or get rid of the illusion of how we work, and now we see more clearly who we are and what is possible for us. And you weave in these relationships the society with that same solidarity. You know, your connection with that higher power comes through the way that you work together in doing this creation. And then finally, you celebrate your accomplishments. And if you read Mindy's books, she talks about celebrating the accomplishments as her ninth principle. But she also gives you examples of how, in order to get these teams built, they would have parties, they would have dinners, luncheons with all the future partners and the going partners. So celebration can be your beginning. It can be at any point, and certainly at any time when you say, well, the job is done, you celebrate. And what happens when you celebrate? I know in church, when we celebrate, you leave church saying, okay, now go out and serve the Lord, you see, because it's not done. So the celebration of your accomplishments is your spur to go on and do your work. Mindy's periodic table of the elements. And I'll leave you with one thought from Mindy's book. She says, our machine, the thing that you can use to get stuff done, and I paraphrase a little bit, that's why I have the that is there. Our collective thinking, she says, is broken. Our collective thinking is broken. We can't think collectively if we can't live together. And we can't live together in the sorted out community or city. To get the economic, social, and physical connections needed for effective collective thinking, we must restore the urban or the community factor of the ecosystem. Mindy Thompson. Vote.
So we're going to now kind of go to our tables here. I would like to just have you discuss at your tables, or maybe with, is which of these principles or elements do you feel you're already engaged with in your community? And which one feels the most daunting or unfamiliar? So we'll do this for about 7 minutes or so, and we'll have you, each table will report back just briefly what they came up with, okay?
One of our questions was, how do we earn the right to engage community, given that faith communities have a mixed reputation among those who don't participate? And my answer was going to be that one earns the right by reputation and by showing that a faith community does care about the community, and then when they enter into dialogue, then trust is built up. That isn't exactly where it's one of the periodic tables, but we were heading in that direction.
And remember what I said about the elements, that before you start to engage those, you begin to engage that team. And what you said is exactly what you did. What Mariah said was, go to the people. So you go out of the church building, you know, some of our ladies were saying that our doors are closed on Beggars Night. Beggars Night in Medina is Friday before Halloween, and all the kids and the families that are in costumes, and all the businesses on Main Street are giving out candy. So first year when I got to Medina, I said, where was Beggars Night? Oh, that was last night, it was beautiful. We had 500 kids in the street. So the next year, we were over, and we had those 500 kids and their families walking by. And I know that people will surprise because some churches say, this is of the devil. I forgot that All Saints Day, Halloween is All Saints Eve. But you go to where people are at and let them tell you why you're here. Say, I'm here because I come connected.
Sort of 90% of ministry, right, is showing up. That's where it starts. So there we go. Okay, let's go over here.
So, the majority of the members at our table struggled with keeping in mind the whole city and strengthening the region. In other words, struggling with looking beyond and reaching out beyond the boundaries of the church, the building, the neighborhood, and the environment that is familiar. So we had quite a discussion about how we can sort of either speak to our congregants or even our family members and create a culture that actually expands and looks out at the larger picture, including going to city meetings, reminding ourselves that we have a responsibility for the larger city. To conclude that sort of discussion, I brought up a study that showed an inverse relationship between diversity of people, meaning either race or socioeconomic class, and social inclusion. In other words, the more diverse people are, the less there is a sense of social inclusion, which explains a lot of sort of racism and Native communities and all of that. And at least one of the comments that was made was really that if there is such a thing that may have developed over the millions of years of our human development, where we like our own species and groups and so forth, is that we really need to make a special effort to sort of fight against that, the ease and the comfort of being amongst ourselves.
Great, thank you.
We all have structures in our faith communities where we have moments sometimes in worship and sometimes before or after worship where we do minutes for mission, where we have the opportunity to have people come in and present at our coffee hours. We can begin with something as simple as that. And that person can come from anywhere in the region and be addressing any particular concern in the region. But that's that's your partner now, your potential partner right there, because you know that, they know you. And then that phone call that follows up, you build it from there. Remember that when chattel slavery started in the so-called New World, that if you look in the ship's logs, historians have done that, look in the ship's logs of why this might have happened. They found that before the 1500s, the ship's captains would talk about the Gold Coast and the wonderful civilizations of Africa and the things they were seeing. But once slavery was, done by the doctrine of discovery, you can go and take people's land, they started to change the way they referred. So all of this that was done by intention. Guess what? We can intend it. We're going to do it this way.
Great. Okay. Try to get to all the tables, whatever we can do. We're going to try, but just a brief report out. Somebody want to try? No? So, do you want to think about it for a minute?
One thing we identified is that we're really at a nascent stage in terms of what we are doing because we really haven't broken the ground with it. So to start off with, we really need to just figure out what it is that we're trying to promote, what are we for, and how are we going to take the strong and rich legacy of our history and being a congregation that was a stop point on the Underground Railroad and is on the, people came through the area and traveling with the Underground Railroad and is an historically designated area. There's some pieces of history that we can build from to have what is our current connection to community. We started by doing the Sharing Sunday, which has really reached out to pull in many members of our community, and that has expanded a lot thanks to the work of our membership to
really connect with it's not so much giving of things, but giving of ourselves and connecting to the people in our community.
Thank you.
So our table, we began by engaging one another in community by first finding out who was at our tables. And therefore, we went around the table and introduced ourselves, and what we found out is that we had many that were from one predominant community, and but it spoke to the rest of us in terms of what we need to do as we engage community. And the question that arose, the question I brought up was, what are we here for? And it's about mission and understanding our mission and our contextual mission in the midst of community and how that informs and impacts us as we move forward. And then finally, we talked about, Sunday is the most segregated time, and how do we begin to desegregate that in order to create community around issues.
All right.
Some of us at this table feel real good about the fact that our community knows what we're for. We've been pretty mobilized by some of the political issues in the last couple of years, and we have a real good critical mass of people that work together for those issues. And on the other side of that, we struggle with strengthening the region because our region is so huge. And so I'm going to turn it over to my friend here, though, because he has another unique experience.
Hi, my name is Carl Douglas from Tremont United Methodist Church. And one of the things, I think, one of the challenges that we face is finding out what we are for. We have several generations of membership. Of course, many of our members are kind of aging out, if you will, in terms of their participation, of their ability to participate in services. But there's a wealth of history there, okay, within respect to the neighborhood, because many of the folks who reside within the neighborhood within the 2-3 decades ago. All right, of course, the needs are a little different now, and I think one of the things that we need to kind of tap into are those memories in trying to establish some type of baseline with respect to what it is we'd like to see taking place within our particular community and how we'd like to go about doing it, and also trying to galvanize folks because again, not only are they aging out, but they've moved out in their younger years. They moved to different communities to raise their families, but they still held on to Tremont, all right, which in itself is a blessing, and we need to try to capitalize on that and take advantage of that.
In Mindy Fullylove's books, you'll hear her talking about the importance of story. And they'll even have community events that are storytelling events. The community walk was not just to look at the buildings, but people shared their stories on the community walk. And this history that you're talking about is so rich. Maybe your role, the role of your church, is to be the storytellers and the connectors, and then the listeners. As you tell your story, say to groups of young people, maybe in their space or in your space, let's hear your story and see where the connections might be.
I want to give everyone a break. I'm sorry we didn't get to every table. I think, what we may do is find another time to return to this response, maybe another part of the seminar, but I want to give people a coffee bathroom break here, and we're going to pick this up at 11:15, 17, maybe.
Just share what
Yeah, so just one thing I just want to say, maybe I should have made this clear. So this is really a program divided in 3 parts. One, which we just completed, is really asking these missional questions. Why are we doing what we're doing? A lot of these seminars that we've been to or done ourselves jump right into the architectural stuff. But if you don't know why you're doing this and what's driving you, it's not going to work very well. And we have developers who tell us, that say, look, this is really frustrating to work with a congregation that doesn't know what it wants. So it also has a practical implication too. You really need to think about this. Secondly, we're going to give you land use planning tools, which is why we're so pleased to be working with Pace University Land Use Law Center. Okay, so that's really putting the legal frames around what we've been talking about here. And then finally, we're going to have really breaking down the steps that faith communities need to go through to do development. And we're going to do that with a law firm, Goldstein Hall, and also with the American Institute of Architects. And we're going to have some examples. So that's kind of the structure of the day.
To officially welcome you to the Pace Law campus. Thanks for this. As Peter said, I am the Executive Director of the Land Use Law Center. We're a not-for-profit center housed here at the law school. You saw some of our students join us this morning. That was my advanced land use class. I thought they would find it interesting. We have students doing affordable housing tool projects and learning a bit about the context that we are sharing these resources that they're helping to develop, and how people use these tools and connect. So it was a moment for them to connect directly with some of the educational opportunities that we do at the center, which is educating land use leaders and helping to kind of demystify the land use system. So I'm going to give you a really basic introduction and really tee up our next two speakers that are going to dig into planning and zoning tools and how to engage. But I want to just start with the really boring land use professor type of stuff, like what is this legal framework that we're dealing with, and how is it structured? So we want to hopefully leave you with some tools and ideas. You saw some really amazing slides of projects and ways to get involved, but understanding the actual system, the legal process, and when to interject or when you're at the helm of it as an actual kind of partner in a development is a complicated process. It's a time-consuming process. It's a resource-intensive process. And so it's important to kind of understand that. But there are simple ways to get involved in goal setting and helping communities just on the planning phase that don't go all the way down to the development. So we're going to talk a bit about planning, law, the development process, and policy. So, the land use legal framework. The way the system works is that local governments, because the people who are close to the Main Street, the Broadway, the downtown communities, are recognized as the ones that should be empowered to make decisions about where and how we develop in our communities. And so, the system that exists in New York and the states, all states, is that authority has been delegated to local governments. So we are going to be looking to local governments to guide and approve projects. How many people here have been part of a land use approval process, either as a professional? How many just in your personal lives, maybe in addition or something else? Okay. So some of you, you showed up at your town hall, or if you're in New York City, you showed up at a department, and you're trying to figure out what is this process? How do I get involved, and how do I work through it? And it's the local government. They're the ones that are enabled. That's why you're going to town hall. You're not heading up to Albany or somewhere there to figure out what to do. And so what they've been delegated the authority to do is to adopt comprehensive plans, which Tiffany's going to talk about, but also to zone our communities, to decide where and how we build in our communities, and also to regulate the individual site-by-site development of our communities. So they have a plan, they have rules you have to follow, and then they're going to set out the steps you have to take about the specifics of how you develop a particular parcel of land as well. And that's the development approval process. So in enabling local governments, the state government did, and in some instances the federal government did withhold some of that power. So they basically said, we're going to give the authority to plan and zone to local governments. They know best about, whether we should build a building, here on Main Street, should it be 4 stories or should it be 6 stories, and should we have single family here or mixed use. Those decisions should be made at the local level, not here in Albany. However, there are certain instances where we have either national needs or priorities or issues, or statewide issues, or we recognize that a lot of communities may not encourage these types of uses because of the tax implications or the NIMBY response. And so those are cases where the government has withheld that authority to completely give it to the local government in some way. They restricted it. So that's the case with utility siting. What community is saying, please build that large utility development in our community? Most, probably not going to get a lot of people to put their hands up. How many people want to have electricity? Everyone's going to put their hands up, right? So where are we going to put those facilities? Well, we recognize that there is a need to kind of have a little bit different system there. So I'm not going to dig into this to any authority, but one of the areas where there are extra protections are also with our religious uses and group homes as well. So generally speaking, the land use authority system has delegated authority to our local governments. In certain cases, we have some kind of preemption where they haven't given that entirely, or they're not given the same amount of discretion. There's some additional protections given, such as with religious uses. So that's just something to kind of think about. So the delegation of our system is the state legislature down to the town, village board, city council, and then that goes to local board. So we have a whole other layer of the system. It's not the local legislative body that's making all these decisions. So who are these players? So the state legislature goes down to the town, village, or city, local legislative body. So I think a lot of you, I saw are from New York City. We actually do a lot of work actually out of New York, outside New York City. And what happens there is that the state legislature said, okay, towns, you're legal entities in the state of New York, villages, you're legal entities in the state of New York, and cities, right? And you are enabled to plan and zone. And guess what, if you're a city of a population, let's say over 1 million, right, we're speaking to a particular city, you have your own set of enabling legislation, and your system's a little bit different. Obviously, the economics, the market, and the development is different there as well. So we're talking about the little bit more of the everyday system here that we see in our villages, towns, and cities outside of New York City. New York City is its own system, but there are obviously parallels in the way it works. They just have a lot more staff and a lot more intensity of development than what we see in these outside communities. So I just want to recognize that when I kind of lay out for you the players names and the exact way it works is different in New York City, but there's obvious parallels. So what happens is they've delegated that authority to, let's say, the town board in a community, and that town board said, well, we don't want to be the ones to kind of approve every project. We don't have time for that. We have our political things that we're doing. So what has happened is they then delegate down to local land use decision-making boards the authority to review applications. And so we have this system where we now have local boards acting. And so when you're learning about the land use system, you might get confused because we also have over 1,500 jurisdictions in the state of New York, and they all do it a little bit differently. Because what they've been enabled to do by the state, they have not been directed to do. So even some of them don't have zoning. You can zone, but you don't have to zone. If you zone, you have to create a certain quasi-public board to protect zoning. So when you're going from community to community, it's a little bit different. So the good thing for you guys is that you probably have a community that you're particularly interested in working in. And so what you really want to do is understand that system. Understand the players, the role, and how it's set up. If it's New York City, then you're going to be looking at your particular area, and then you're going to have particular staff and borough presidents that you're going to be mostly connected with. through that system. So we have all these variations, which makes it really fun to lay out the system for you. But again, you know, the role here is, it's interesting. So I'm going to actually end after Tiffany, Rose, and everybody comes up and speaks specifically about planning and zoning, and really kind of walk through this process. But first I want to just tell you a little bit more about the players. So our local legislative body, right? They are the ones enabled by the state to plan and zone and improve development. So they're acting like a legislative body where they adopt the actual law. So if you're going to update your plan or your zoning, it has to go to that legislative body to do that. We also have staff. So the staff in the community, the building inspector, zoning enforcement officer, those are the people that you come in with your forms and are reviewing applications, right? So you have staff. You might also have a community, New York City has a lot of them, where they have planners that are actually doing higher level planning work and not just the day-to-day approval of projects, right? And so building permits are coming in through the staff of a community. Then we have something called the Zoning Board of Appeals, the quasi-judicial board that acts to protect property rights through that system, and then a planning board, and that's where you go when you have your applications. So again, I don't want to get too down into the weeds on this. I just want to kind of put out the basic system. So our basic system exists that our local governments are the ones that are going to make decisions about what happens in our community, how we develop our community. We have some protections that come with that authority with certain uses. So, but for the most part, they've been given very broad discretion. The courts uphold as long as they go through a rational basis for review when they make decisions about zoning. It's going to be really important that they follow the right procedures and they follow due process, but basically a lot of discretion has been given to our local governments. So those local legislative bodies are key in adopting our planning and zoning. We have staff supporting them and carrying out the day-to-day development. And then we have land use boards that serve specific roles and functions in carrying out the day-to-day development approval process. Okay? So that's our basic system to get us started. We're going to dig into different areas here because we really want you to understand how you get involved and what that process would look like, whether you're getting involved all the way at a high planning policy level or really deep in there and actually taking on doing some type of affordable housing project, that you leave here with a sense of how to do that. So I'm going to turn it over to Tiffany to talk a bit about the first piece of this, which is the comprehensive plan piece.
I've never seen anyone get so excited about comprehensive plans. I'm sure no one wants. I'm Rose Noonan. I'm the Executive Director of Housing Action Council. Affordable housing is my life, so that's why we're focusing zoning on the issue of affordable housing. But in the slides we saw this morning, we saw that many of the congregations have, either through their own facilities or through involvement in the neighborhoods in which they are, have facilitated the development of affordable housing. Just a few personal things. I've been here since the beginning of today's session. I was really inspired by what I heard, your broad view of community, your connectivity or desire to be connected to the neighborhood. You're also interested in the regional end and the relationship between human development and the land. And I'm particularly excited as being a housing advocate and working with many affordable housing developers, both nonprofit and for-profit, to see people like yourselves and institutions like yourselves thinking about these issues and perhaps being a voice to support change. But I also feel myself, and what I'm saying, I'm getting narrower and narrower. I heard there was mention of Habitat for Humanity, one house at a time. But in the affordable housing advocacy area, we often talk about one conversation at a time. So I think the dialogue that we're having here today is both that we're moving up as well as moving down, and talking about the connectivity between all what we do. You heard from Jessica and Tiffany about the land use process. It's a process of regulating the use of land in an effort to promote more desirable social and environmental outcomes. Zoning is part of that land use system. Zoning is the ordinance or the law of one of them that Tiffany was referring to. And that those zoning powers, as you heard from Jessica, are directed toward the municipality, one of which can be used to increase the development of affordable housing. We have a broad group of people here today representing different parts of the state, some urban, some less urban, some suburban, some rural. So we're just going to outline what we refer to in the affordable housing world as our toolbox for techniques that can increase the development of affordable housing. Now, I want to pause here and just say, because I'm sure the question will come up, what is the definition of affordable housing? I hate that question, so I'm going to answer it myself. In terms of my organization, which is a nonprofit organization, we provide assistance to many to develop affordable housing. But our organization defines it as it's housing, creating housing or preserving housing for people who cannot afford to live in the communities in which they live. And it takes a variety of forms. Sometimes we're working on creating shelters for the homeless. Sometimes we are working on creating home ownership opportunities for people in what we refer to as more affluent communities who cannot live there, who may have what the median income of the area is. Sometimes we're working on serving those who are at the very low income within their communities, or elderly. We often work on the development of elderly housing for those who are living maybe at the best on Social Security. So it's a very fluid definition. Doesn't become as fluid when you're talking about what sources of funding and so forth am I going to use, or what provisions and zoning ordinances relate to affordable housing. But from our perspective, it's for those who cannot afford to live in the communities in which they live. So let's go to the toolbox. I would forget to move these slides. I always do this. Okay, so we're going to briefly talk about inclusionary zoning, special use permits to create affordable housing, overlay floating zones, and mixed-use zoning to a small extent, and accessory apartment. These are all techniques that may or may not be within the zoning ordinances of your communities that can facilitate the development of affordable housing. Okay. Inclusionary zoning. Simply put, the zoning ordinance would have a provision in it that says when market rate developments are being developed, a certain percentage of those units must be affordable. It says a lot more than that, but that is what we refer to as mandatory inclusionary zoning, that a certain percentage of units in a market rate development must be affordable in order for the development to be approved by some regulatory body. Might be the city council, might be the planning board, but usually one of those two. Now, for example, here in White Plains, where I am a resident, and where I had the opportunity, both professionally and as a resident of the community, to advocate for changes in the White Plains zoning ordinance, which did not require at that time any inclusion of affordable housing. What we have today is that in White Plains, in any multifamily development, or if there's an adaptive reuse of a structure, We have office parks in White Plains. Many of those are underutilized. So if there was a building that was being converted into residential development, there must be a percentage of those units. Now, for those who are advocating for those changes in that particular zone, it did not go as far as I personally would have liked it to have gone, as well as a group called the White Plains Affordable Housing Committee. It only applied to areas in our community that are zoned multifamily. Most of White Plains is zoned single family. Our downtown, for those that are new to this area, is where you see all the new high rises. In those new high rises, there are affordable units. Okay, Spring Valley, Rockland County, they have a similar requirement, applies to multifamily housing. We also have throughout the state, not necessarily mandated, remember we mandate, you have to do it. Sometimes there's incentive inclusionary zoning, which says that if you create affordable housing, there will be certain extras that you can get. In the Westchester community, they have a density bonus where they'll allow you to increase the number of units that you can build on a particular site if at least 50% of the additional units that they allow you to build, and there's a lot of parameters around that, are affordable. So it's an incentive by allowing the developer to create more housing units than he or she would otherwise be able to develop by requiring that some of that increased density be used to develop affordable housing. In New York City, I know many of you are from that area, that you do have inclusionary zoning in many of the neighborhoods, and you have different types of inclusionary zoning. Some districts, they require the development of affordable housing. In other districts, it's optional, but if you don't, there's some penalty in terms of the floor area ratio that you're allowed to develop as a market rate development. And then in other communities, it's not required at all, but you always have the option of including it. But having been involved in this field for so many years, inclusionary zoning has been talked about for many years. It's exciting to see so much of it on the books nowadays. It's more exciting that we have been in a development era where units are actually created. Because remember, it's a law. It's not the actual development. So if you don't have development going on in the community, this type of a technique will generate little or no affordable housing. All right? And if you're creating a small number of market rate affordable units, say 10, and it's a 10% set aside requirement, it's going to generate 1 unit. So we always talk about this as one of the techniques, and we have to look at many tools to foster the development of affordable housing. Other communities, okay, see, I told you I'm always behind on these things. Development, all right. Special use permits. And that, in a district, in a zoning district, that a special use permit for affordable housing, if that's advocated for or already within your zoning ordinance, it would allow you, for example, to create a multifamily development, which by the fact of what it is, should be a little bit more affordable than a single family home in a single family district. That's how a special use permit may be used. Or special use may be used if you're want to foster more affordable housing, but you want to allow some relief from bulk regulations or setback requirements that are in zoning ordinances. And in a community in this area, they allow the development of multifamily housing that has an affordable housing component in a single-family neighborhood by its special permit. Now that gives more discretion to the locality than other types of techniques. But it's, the discretion again may be in the city council, it may be in a planning board, it may be also given to a zoning board, but it will differ community by community. But you might have, that might allow you to develop multifamily in a single family neighborhood. It also may, if you have an undersized lot or an irregular lot, a special permit technique might allow you to develop affordable housing on that type of lot when you might not develop what is allowed as of right. I see overlay and floating zones becoming more used than they have in the past, both in terms of being adopted by municipalities and in developers' use. But you think of those zones as they're not mapped. You know, for those who are familiar with zoning maps, you lay out, you see what your single-family neighborhoods, your multifamily, where you can do duplexes, where you can't, what's preserved, where in the more open areas where there's 1 to 2 family zoning. So you can actually see that. With an overlay zone, it's not mapped. You don't see on a zoning map where it actually is. What it allows is it floats, so that if a developer wish to use it, because in the overlay zones I'm talking about, it's an overlay zone for affordable housing, that it might, as we say, drop onto a district, and then that district, and again, there's a lot of performance standards in there that have to meet, where you would be able to create affordable housing where otherwise you may not. For example, in Wallkill, there is a district called R-AH, Affordable Housing District. It's an overlay zone, and if it's to be used and if the development is approved by the local regulatory body, all units in that particular development must be moderate income. In Rye Brook, which is in a small village, which is in Westchester County, they have what they refer to as the Fair and Affordable Housing Overlay District. So it's unmapped, as I said, and it can be applied to any district, zoning district in Rye Brook by getting approval for an amendment to the zoning map. And if you were to use that overlay Fair and Affordable Housing District, get the approval for it, at least 50% of the units in the development must be affordable.
Rose, question?
Sure.
Does such an overlay zone come into existence because it's decided by the comprehensive planners that it would be useful, or, I mean, I can imagine that there would be lots of objections in certain communities.
Yeah, remember, well, yeah, there will be sometimes in the comprehensive plan, you will see there's a policy document, and that you may see recommendations, and they may make recommendations for overlay an overlay or floating zone ordinance. But in terms of it being approved, it comes back to a particular governing body, which could be a council, could be a town board, might be the planning board. And yes, as with any development, there could be, and that's why we need, if we think it's good in any respect, that it addresses many issues, maybe not just housing, but also environmental issues, that needs to be the advocacy. But there's generally, and we'll be talking about this afternoon, particularly Tiffany will be the public engagement in this process, to have conversations in advance, also to have conversations when there's actual legal public hearings, that there are people that come out. So, we will say whenever there's development, whether it's market rate or affordable or any type of change, there is a fear and there's perceptions of things that may not be real, and that we all have an obligation, if we think it's the right thing to do, then to be out there discussing it. But with all these zoning techniques, and there's many around the state, the Land Use Law Center, ourselves, we've cataloged many of these, but it ends up being a local decision, because remember that authority is coming from New York State, delegated to the municipalities, in which we all have an opportunity to participate. But the decisions that need to be made are that where should these zoning techniques to facilitate the development of affordable housing, where should they apply in my community? Should they apply citywide? Should they be just within certain neighborhoods within the community? And if you look at the inventory that we have, you'll see that there's quite a variety. What percentage of market rate development should be affordable? In White Plains, depending on who you're serving in the affordable housing, it's around 8%. Some feel that is really an insufficient number. Our model ordinance, which covers our county, just model ordinance, says 10%. Many communities don't think that's enough. Some housing advocates definitely don't think that's enough. But there's a financial balance here when you're using inclusionary zoning techniques. You could impose restrictions to such an extent that you're not going to have the development community participate. So these are some business issues that need to be thought about. We do a lot of financial modeling to try to find the sweet point on that. What income levels should benefit from these affordable housing techniques? Again, it's the one I'm most familiar with, as it is my community. In White Plains, it used to be 120% of Westchester County's median. Our median here is about $120,000 net for family 4. Should it be lower? The White Plains found that they were having trouble filling some of the higher income apartments that were developed as a result of inclusionary zoning, because they were so close to the market rate rents. So, or where's the need in the community? Is the need at the very lowest end? So those are decisions that need to be made. How long should the units remain affordable? Some communities have said 20 years. Some of us here think 20 years have really gone much more quickly than we know. Some other communities say forever, a 99 year. How much, if you're doing incentive zone, how before you change the character of your neighborhood, and do you want to change the character, how much additional density do you get? So those what I think is exciting about land use is that things can be changed. Sometimes these techniques have to be tested. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. But there's an opportunity, both from within the municipality, from those who are appointed and are elected leaders, but they can be petitioned also by people in the community for change. So for those of us who have these techniques in our community, we may want to look at them, look at what's working, whether they should be expanded and so forth, and advocate for them. The techniques that I've talked about so far are ones that create what we refer to as dedicated affordable housing units. A lot of bells and whistles with them. Certain income people need to live in them, a certain percentage of the units. But there's other techniques that can create affordable housing. I say with a small a, just because of their nature, they're more affordable. When we begun talking a lot about accessory apartments, which accessory apartments, depending on the ordinance, either is something that you see a unit created within an existing home, usually applies in single-family neighborhoods, or in the more rural areas, it may be a barn that's no longer in use, it may be some space above the garage, it may be the garage itself. And we're looking at ways on how that technique can be expanded. It doesn't necessarily, so far we said, I haven't seen it come with, has to be rented to certain income level categories, but by its nature, being smaller, it actually helps preserve, enable people to live, to continue to live in place. What Tiffany is really excited about is her comprehensive planning and comprehensive plans and what they can do. What I'm excited, having worked in this field for, is that we really are hearing different discussions nationwide than we used to about affordable housing. It's a nationwide problem. And when I see state of Oregon, and particularly personal me, because I have two daughters living in Portland, and they're saying to me, you worked in affordable housing all your life. Look what we're doing here in Oregon. They send me all this information. But just in August 2019, the governor signed into a law legalizing duplexes in cities of more than 10,000 and in cities of 25,000 or more, and within the Portland metropolitan area, legalizing up to triplexes in single-family zoning. So it's a state law that's taking effect, and so you have a single-family district. Usually it would have been a one-family, single-family home. In those communities, it's now, in Oregon, the state of Oregon, the state law did it, is it can be duplexes in the smaller communities, taking what you own and convert it into a fourplex. Much more complicated than that. That's where you start, of how we can perhaps have stock now that better addresses the needs of our changing populations and also create more affordable housing. Minneapolis in December, just of 2008, Minneapolis eliminated single-family zoning and allowing up to 3 dwelling units rather than a single-family home in all these areas. So I think it's an exciting time while we're looking at performance codes, we're looking at other things like micro units and tiny homes can be used in our community to not only address a need, but to better use the existing housing stock. And Tiffany is standing up, so she's coming over to tell me to wrap it up. I've just been asked to say one more thing, and it touches on fair versus affordable housing. Not necessarily the same, although we in Westchester, because we've been under a housing desegregation order, we sort of have used the term as though they're one, and they're not. It's a reminder that fair housing means an equal opportunity to live in housing that you desire and can afford. And remember, income is not, except for source of income, is not a protected class. But when it comes to affordable housing, we have to make sure, in order to create those integrated communities, to have our neighbors together, that we are also integrating affordable housing into communities where people may be able to afford them. So with that, Tiffany, I think you and I are coming up and we're going to do an exercise.
I am not involved in my own community. I do not participate in my own local government system, and here I am. No, thank you. I feel better already, but I don't. And here I am at the Land Use Law Center talking about ways that the land use tools and techniques can get you to where you are.
And I talk endlessly about public engagement, and I don't participate because I can't. I literally can't. I am in most of your communities working on public engagement. And if I'm not, I want to be home. I have 2 children. I have a husband. I worked all day. And for me to come out at a 7 p.m. meeting on issues that I know are important. My community just went through, and I live in Connecticut, on its update. It's not a comprehensive plan, it's called Plan of Conservation and Development. And I didn't show up because I can't make that work. And I am, again, I think that the only reason I smile and make it a little bit better is because I am working with other communities trying to engage people. One final little short story, then I'll get going. But I had in one of my training programs the selectman of my municipality in a training program, and I'm going off about this. Just wait till you see it. I'm like, ah! And he came up and he goes, "Where have you been in our municipality?" And I said, "You have to come out to me. You're gonna have to make this accessible to me." Because I know what you're talking about, and I know it's important. But if you're not going to make it accessible to me at a time, a place, or online, or whatever it is, it's going to be hard for me to get involved. And so that's where we start, is when the public engagement person tells you they don't participate. But yes, my whole world revolves around community engagement, and what I try to do with community is build public support for land use techniques and changes, whether they be zoning changes, or comprehensive plan updates, or just a comprehensive process, or potentially projects themselves. And it is critical to an effort's success because, as you well know, and I think, again, I'm preaching to the choir when I say these things, but having various stakeholders and residents and having them involved with their local knowledge and their concerns and their preferences strengthens our community plan. I mean, that is what that is. And so the more we can provide an open and inclusive and transparent process, it's going to increase confidence in what we do as a local government. And that's why with local municipal officials, we talk about this at length. And we see that local leaders, and now I'm not just talking about municipal leaders, I'm talking about just a leader in and of themselves, really needs to broaden their list of responsibilities to be a facilitator, a moderator, a collaborator, and an empowerer of local community members. That's the role you serve as a leader. And so technically, again, that's all of you. And so we start there. We start with knowing that this is part of our job and our mission, hopefully. And it's letting go for, I think, our local municipal leadership, some of the traditional reins of power, because we have to trust the citizens in this conversation, and that's sometimes very challenging for those who have been elected, because they think they are supposed to come with the answers. So while collaboration and facilitation aren't always easy, it is an important supplement to what we do in shifting people's perceptions of one another and of land use. And I start by saying we've experienced this, and again, I do this at home, but we are all faced with issues constantly and problems. And people bring us problems, they bring us their issues, and again, I wear the hat of mom when this happens, but they all bring me their problems where I'm hungry, what should I eat, where should we go to dinner, blah, blah, blah. And what do I do as mom or as leader is I typically give the answer. I want to provide the answer. I want to provide the solution to their problem because I know the answer. We're going to go out for pizza. We're going to go to the local Italian restaurant. And the minute I seem to do that as mom, the faces of my kids do this. No, I'm not, right. And then my husband probably do the same thing. And I sit there going, you gave me the problem. I think I know you pretty well. I'm going to give you the solution to your problem. And so people come to me, local and municipal leaders, with the same thing. Or they're elected and they sit, not on the restaurant part, I mean, saying pizza, but they say we have a problem, Tiffany, we lack affordable housing, or we don't have walkability in my community. And and as a local municipal official, typically, they give an answer. The zoning change, this area. They identify ways of solving the problem because that's what they feel they've been elected to do. And that's good. They feel good about it. But what happens when they give that answer to the fact, right? Yes, she just made it. No. Everyone gets up. All the people with the problem or who mentioned the problem get up and they are angry. Just like the faces my kids just made, they're angry. And we always think as long as the solution, right, the answer to the problem is there, it's right, everyone should agree with what we're saying. But they don't. And they're angry, and then we get this. Now, I am not reading this out loud in front of my wonderful leaders that you are, but yes. And I took that picture driving up to a land use training program off the Taconic, and I was like, yikes. I mean, few matters that in life elicit a more visceral response in people than the threat of change, right? The denial of the rights to do with your property as you see fit. This stuff that we're talking about, development itself, community planning itself, it is personal, it's emotional, and it's very powerful. And so, therefore, I remind, again, municipal officials what they are doing and how all of you, hopefully, are going back to get involved. This is what we are faced with, where people think land use and development feels like a competition, where someone's going to win and someone's going to lose. The question becomes, why do some of those efforts, why do some of those projects and the decisions about land use go so smoothly, while others generate lawsuits and ruin relationships and waste community resources? So we talked about the NIMBYism, you're so angry you make a slide, there goes the neighborhood, we know, and the typical things we do see in our communities, which is very upsetting. So the core of what I'm going to talk about today, I want you both to bring home to your municipal government, but then think strategically about how you involve yourself in these processes, because communities have many choices of how to handle land use decisions and projects and things like in that nature. And contrary to what we think, it is not the nature of the proposals that are becoming before our community, and it's not the tactics of the opposition that is causing all of this polarization. It is the process through which the municipality presents this proposal, these policy changes, and how the community formulates a response. And so we want to move to this. And we want to move from things, like, again, we are going to think outside of the public hearing right now and into things that are more dynamic and involve conversation. So just to briefly hit upon, so everyone's on the same page, I do want you to know that this is the land use system, okay? So we're going to talk about public engagement in terms of policy development. We're going to talk about community engagement in terms of what we as leaders can do. And then we're also talking about, or you're putting your head around, what we can do to reshape the land use process. Because if we're going to go through a development process, then legally this is what you're technically going through. And it's fairly simple. You would just put your application in, it's going to get reviewed, there's a public hearing, and there's a decision at the end of the day. And these are legal requirements right here. And you just have to have an impartial tribunal when the board meets, and I'm not going to go into all of this, but essentially you're protecting people's due process rights, both as the applicant and then as a community. And so it's minimal types of engagement here, obviously. Because what is not provided is the adequate opportunity for groups of various interests to come out and be heard. Because when do they come out? And we just talked, I didn't say anything. The public hearing. right? That's what everyone wraps their head around, as they come out to the public hearing, saying, not here, yes, maybe some of them are saying yes. And so does anyone know, for those of you who have been through a land use system, for those that have developed, maybe have done some type of development, or been a part of some type of policy change in their community, what is the time frame between step 1 and step 3? Anyway, John, I'm calling upon you. What can that be?
6 months to 3 years.
Okay, 6 months to 3 or longer. Correct. Right. It's like shocking to hear. This is why nothing gets done, quite honestly. But the steps between 1 and 3 of a developer coming through, and she's puts her application forward, and it complies with the zoning, and she's got everything, she meets all the different regulations, it could still possibly take from 6 months to 2, I've heard 5 years in these sessions, till the public is legally required to be involved. Okay, and when you are making major shifts in your community, when you are doing changes, zoning changes, or you have major projects that are controversial, and your public isn't legally required to be involved till step 3, they are what? Angry. Yes, they are. That's why no public hearing is a happy thing. I mean, none of that. It's rare because they feel left out. And there's no voice, they don't understand, they feel helpless, and quite honestly, typically I hear from people, when they get involved in step 3, they feel like it is a done deal. There is nothing that they are going to say that is going to change that proposal, project, or zoning change, and they just scream, and that's what they do at the mic for long periods of time, that keep us there till midnight. So, and let me just, even more frustrating to all of this is that everyone seems to want to withhold key information during this because they fear the other side's going to take advantage of them. So no one wants to share anything either. Right? So this is the system, and there's no actual dialogue, as you see in this slide. We don't prevent or avoid challenges from being made, no conversation between boards, developers, public, and no reducing the possibility of opposition and no community support. During the journey of a development project, comprehensive planning or zoning, there are critical interests of people, and those moments need to be paused. And that's what we encourage your communities to start to do. Is begin citizen engagement much earlier on. We see if people have ownership of a problem way ahead of time, and they start to hear others that have critical interests, we can help resolve, if not satisfy, all the variety of stakeholders participating in the process. But you must start early. So you can supplement that land use system. So if you went home and talked to a municipal attorney, he or she might say, oh, no. You only have to do step 3, but guess what? You can do more. You can do pre-applications. You can do workshops ahead of time. You can bring various stakeholders together of various interests to start a conversation early on. Some of our most successful developers that we know in the Hudson Valley don't go in with a solution. They don't go in with the project. They go in to listen to the community and build that vision. And the zoning is going to have to be in place to do that. And that sounds like pie in the sky thinking and feeling, but there are people who are doing it and results are happening. So what is citizen engagement, right? Obviously, people are actively involved in the things of identifying solutions, developing priorities, so on and so forth. So that's what I mean by citizen engagement. Now, I'm not going to go through this right now, but yes, technically speaking, because you might be sitting there being like, well, what's it mean? If we're not publicly doing a whole engagement process every time we have something happen in our community. And that's true. I have an 80-20 rule. Like 80% of projects and zoning changes take out our boards 20% of their time. It's the 20% of cases, projects, zoning changes that take up 80% of our community and board members' time that we want to think outside the box and not use that 4-step process. It's when the solution is not immediately clear to all the parties. Now stop and think about that one for a while. Again, stop thinking we have solutions. There are a variety of zoning techniques, land use techniques. This goes for everybody. There are a variety of restaurants that meet the interests of my family or my community. I can't assume that that solution is immediately clear. You saw Rose go through about 7, 8, possibly 10 different techniques to create affordable housing. One size does not fit all. And so therefore, that's that bullet right there. You know that the parties fundamentally disagree. We always see that happen, that's fine. The decision is likely to have far-reaching impacts, again, what zoning changes, possible projects that impact our community, and the decision we know is likely to be challenged. Okay, so that's when you're stopping and you're thinking about the collaborative process. And so I'm not going to dwell too much on where in land use we have these moments, but they are in comprehensive planning. You would see it, again, I keep stressing the zoning changes, you would want to think of a collaborative process. And again, projects that are probably going to rise to the level of needing more engagement than just a public hearing. SECRA, the State Environmental Quality Review Act, is another big moment. There's a required scoping session, again, not going there, but again, moments of collaboration and public participation. Okay, but here's the thing. I'm going to get to the whole most citizens don't participate in a minute on things that affect their daily life. But there is an inherent lack of trust between typically citizens and local officials, both ways. Again, I think a lot of our local officials need to give up some of that power that they have and trust that citizens can participate effectively, and vice versa. I think that the citizens have to trust local officials in that they are listening to them and making the decisions based on what they have heard. And that's challenging. And so I have principles of community engagement. And the reason I give these to you today, which again, I think many of you already, I say this again, I'm preaching to the choir on this, but there are ways and there are principles that every moderator, every facilitator, I think planners, and those maybe sitting on a comprehensive plan steering committee, or all of you as you are engaging in the community, need to be thinking about. And it's what as I begin to lay out public engagement plans, yes, a whole plan around community engagement. How are we going to reach citizens that don't get involved? Who is in our community? What are the various interest groups? You have to think through that strategically. And so that is this is at the basis of a public engagement plan. And some of the communities I work with, it's the first thing they want me to do with them. Is just the planning process for engaging people. And so one of the first principles, by the way, this is taught typically in a 3-day program, so it's a crash course. Engage early, right? Like, come on. Leaders, decision makers, you have to begin collaboration early, not when we think that we have the answer. Not when we're halfway through the development process or through the contemplation of the different zoning possibilities. We have to involve people very early on so that they understand that problem with you. And they can give you the key information, give you the differences, the opportunities from the very beginning. And if you engage people early, you will increase their trust because they're there from the very beginning of the process. And they can adjust to the new information and they become educated in what you are accomplishing. Okay, so engaging early is very important. And when I say engaging early, I can also talk about being inclusive and involving many people. I want you to think about engaging people who are the naysayers. Yes, it is hard to do. I sometimes struggle with myself. I think we are going down a great path in some of my communities. I'm like, oh yes, we're gonna have this, we're gonna have that, this is, and everyone's nodding their head, and then in the background I'm like, I wonder how that group's gonna feel about, and already I am too late, right? I needed to include the naysayers, the loud voices early on. And I have seen some of the most successful processes when I have involved people that everyone tells me not to involve. Because they're there early and they are there then educated with this process. And let me tell you, they are the ones who are going to tell me what is going to be the stumbling blocks ahead. That's their job. They're going to say, here's your issue, here's your problem, here's what you do. That's a fantastic tool, right? Are those types of individuals. So engaging early, planning those types of meetings, and listening. Again, you do this well, so I don't need to say this again, but the best tool for generating ideas and this conversation and listening is, it revolves all around listening. And I think it is about being quiet, allowing that quiet space. And even if they're going off on tangents that do not involve what we are talking about, there's a parking lot of that. We make a parking lot piece of paper and we put it. But people need to be listened and respected to. And taking the time, one of the things that we as facilitators in these processes do, and many of you might use this, but people have noted to me, they say, what we do is put a flip chart like this, and as we're going around, and people are talking about their interests and their concerns, and what's positive about their community, or whatever it is, I am writing each word down. Each person gets acknowledged, I write the comment down, and we move forward. But me writing it resonates with that person for that moment. I have listened to them. It's not a public hearing where they're just talking and they're wondering who the hell's listening. Who the heck is listening? So that is a tool, again, that facilitators use so that people know I've been heard, and guess what? I ask, and do I have it right? Right? I could think I hear what they're saying and write something up. For me to be able to say, is that right? And did I hear you? That, again, now listening, and that's critical to meeting people's psychological interest of what this process is and how they're participating. Yes, we're going to be inclusive. We're going to think outside the box in what we're doing. So you are considering some type of neighborhood plan. Maybe you're looking at the revitalization of your community or of your neighborhood. Think outside the box of who you would include in this process. It's not just the local leaders. It's not just your next door neighbor. Who comes to your community? Who leaves your community? What's happening right there in that neighborhood, and how can you include them within this process? Because each one's going to bring a skill and a viewpoint and an experience. Now, the key to all of this, again, is going and driving home this thought that you are going to be identifying people's interests, okay? This is the 101 lesson for mediators and facilitators. This is all I want you to go home with if you don't already know this. But it's understanding the difference between these two things. Because positions are what we normally hear that asserted by people when they are angry or when they want to just stake a claim or talk or tell you what they feel. It is a position. It's the solution. I don't like X. I don't want this development. I don't want 300 units of affordable housing. Whatever it is they don't want, there's so many things people don't want. I don't want this project. Right? That's a position. It's their assertion, it's their demand, and then it's their some type of solution to this problem. And interests are what motivate positions. Those are the people's wants, needs, and concerns, and that is what's hard to get to. Because that is where you have to have trust, is to get to people's interests. It's the why. Why don't you want affordable housing? Why don't you want this project, whatever it is? It is frequently unstated, and the only way to set the stage for collaboration and negotiation is to get to interests. And this isn't easy, and this doesn't happen in one meeting. It probably happens in 3, 4, 5 meetings of engagement, both with public and with the stakeholders, to uncover people's interests. And I tell this story only because some people, I see people nodding in the audience and they're like, oh, I know what an interest is, I get it. But here's how I look at an interest, the most simplistic way. Again, I involve my children all the time. Like, you can imagine what happens in my house. I'm always asking why. Why do you want that? Why? Okay. So you have my 2 kids, they're in the kitchen, and and they're fighting over an orange. I want the orange. I want the orange. And what do I do as mom? What do? I go in and I cut it in half. Absolutely. I cut that orange in half. I give it to both my one to one child, one to the other. I walk out. I start reading my book, and then it's the other thing I dread hearing in the kitchen. Silent. So I'm like, oh, now what's happening? So I go back to the kitchen, and I find one child juicing the orange to make orangeade, and for soccer practice. And then I see the other child zesting the orange rind to make frosting for a cake. So if I would have come in, right, the position is, I want the orange, I want the orange. And I would have asked, why do you want the orange? I could have satisfied both of their positions with one orange. The same thing goes for lemon juice. Not as easy, but the same thing goes for lemon juice. If I can base things off of interests of people, if I can start at that base level in our conversations about interests, what you all just shaped right here, what a comprehensive plan basically entails are people's citizens' interests. They rise up to tell you what their needs and their concerns are and step away from the positions and the solutions. We're going to get there, right? I'm not saying you're not going to get there, but you have to start as interests. And so, yes, you're going home with that. And that's how you're going to involve and start a community engagement process. Now, if you thought things were bad now, even though you're learning a lot in a few minutes, there's also 3 other different types of interest. I am not going to go into all of this today, but there's people's substantive interests, which is what they typically talk about, right? If we say, why don't you want this? And they tell me traffic, right? Why don't you want this project? Because of traffic. I'm like, okay. What is it about the traffic that concerns you? Is it an environmental issue, this traffic? Is it a safety issue, the traffic? Is the traffic because of, I don't know, what's another thing for traffic? Huh? Noise, thank you. Okay, congestion. So if I ask why about the traffic, I just don't write traffic down, there's different solutions that meet, again, that interest of solving what their concerns are around traffic that I might not have thought of if I didn't listen or ask that question. So my whole frame of work basically is asking the question why or what is it about to get home to figuring out what the true issues are. All right, those are substantive interests. Procedural interest is how people are perceiving themselves in the process. And so they want to follow a procedure. They want to know when they're participating, how they're participating, how long are they going to participate, when are they going to get to participate. Lay that out for people. It helps them in understanding where they are effective and what is going to happen with their comments. And lastly, psychological interest, that's the feel-good stuff. That's how people are treated. From name tags at meetings, to calling people by their first name, to small group breakouts, to adding food. I think I have all this coming up, but all of this needs people's psychological interest. If you are running a meeting, if you are calling people together, treat them like they are in your own home. Maybe not the name tag part, but you better know their first name if you're welcoming in, right? Get to know the person and bring them into this meeting and tell them, welcome. I mean, it is that simple because, let me tell you, there's so many, meetings I go to that I have no idea what's going on, no one has greeted me, I don't feel welcome. Why would I talk about my interest? I'm going to come up to the mic and just be probably angry because that's the mood that was possibly set. She said it works that way in church. Right, so we are going to hold multiple meetings potentially. We are going to have different venues that are accessible, convenient. We are going to vary dates and times, and we are publicizing these types of processes. And again, agendas, refreshments, meeting summaries, all of this goes to meet people's needs in participating in the process. Ground rules are so effective. We use ground rules in our meeting in the office because how do you participate? right? So a lot of people will tell me, oh, Tiffany, you want to run all these wonderful meetings, we're going to be here all day. If I have ground rules for participation, speak one person at a time, raise your hand before talking, only talk about, don't call each other out, and speak for yourself, right? Not on a reflection of somebody. So I've had various ground rules that I ask them all, are you going to abide by my ground rules? And people have to nod their head in agreement before participating in a process, because it is the only way I am going to get through and be able to effectively listen to people, is through ground rules, and then it won't be absolute chaos. So a few other technical things that we might do. And here's to the people that don't participate. There are various methods of engagement, and it's not just a community meeting, it's not just education sessions, it's neighborhood walks. Yes, a neighborhood walk. We heard it earlier today, how important a neighborhood walk can be. In one of my municipalities, a large city that is, one of our first meetings, the public came out, 200 people came out, and yes, we were startled, but we ended up doing a neighborhood walk. We broke out into small groups, took our maps, and they walked their neighborhood. Because we were trying as planners, as attorneys, as those involved in land use, for them to feel their community. What is it to have a building that's right up to the sidewalk instead of set back possibly 10, 15 feet? Why does this parking lot feel like a desolate place and unsafe? Why is there no lighting here? What are our feelings as we walk through our community, and we're taking notes towards that, and we're looking at height of buildings and density, and I'm always shocked. People walk their neighborhood and they're like, oh, this is 4 stories, I had no idea. I like 4 stories. All of a sudden, density is not as scary. But they have to understand what they are in. And we have to, as planners and those involved in land use, have to understand what those needs are and what those thoughts are. So neighborhood walks are essential. Again, various little ways of being creative and getting out there. And then in terms of engagement, yes, we have to run, and I say we have to because I think people are just, those who love to participate like to participate at 7 p.m. We know who they are, they're at every meeting, right? And they're my favorite people, but it's fantastic that they're out there. But I have to bring the engagement, and you as leaders have to bring the engagement to them. Where are your congregants? Where are your people? Where's your community on a Saturday? They're probably food shopping. They're probably at the park. They are probably, maybe they're at they're with you on Sunday. They're with you on Sunday. This is that moment. You have people, you have an audience to talk about neighborhood and community development right then and there. And to break some of the stereotypes and to discuss some of the things, or to invite a planner to come in, or invite a municipal official to come in to talk about the community, to talk about what's happening in regards to where your municipality is going. Imagine that. But this could be a setting for people to understand that. I do engagement, again, in front of, yes, Stop and Shop. We do engagement in town pools because we know people are there already. If you would bring the conversation to people and where they're already at, you are going to get engaged citizens. And I was shocked recently. I was in Mount Pleasant, and that's where we had done, we went to the pool, hot Saturday in August. And I was passing out, flyers, I was passing out ice pops, and people were coming up and they were putting their words up here. And because there was this moment of them seeing what we were doing, I saw the majority of the people from the town pool event come out to 7 p.m. Thursday night to talk about comprehensive planning because it made the connection for them. And a flyer might not do that, and a TV ad might not do that. Some people are putting that up during their local news channel. Am I running out of time? I'm running out of time. Yes, I am. Okay, so we are going to get out there and be creative ways. We've seen community picnics. We have seen poster boards in coffee shops that people are just putting dots on. This is not rocket science. This is just people being people and just having ways of them to participate. So I'm going to stop there because there are two very important people here that I want to introduce. One of the ways that we have seen communities get and leaders getting involved is through housing committees. And so I wanted to bring up Arthur Riolo, who is on the Hastings Affordable Housing Committee, because here is a local leader who got himself very involved and began this conversation with our community. And he's going to talk about a few of the techniques that they use in Hastings to basically start community conversation around affordable housing. And then, do I have Pastor David Holder here? Oh, I saw you. Yes, okay. And then Pastor David Holder is going to, who is from New Rochelle, is going to talk about how he himself has gotten involved in these community conversations, because I can talk about it, but we have two experts here. So, I'll start with you, Arthur, and then...
I'm the chairperson for the Hastings Affordable Housing Committee. A committee was formed in the 1990s.
If you need to actually hold it or else.
Okay. Is that better?
Yeah.
I'll lean over. So I'm the chairperson of the Hastings Affordable Housing Committee, a committee that was formed in 1990. I joined it just after 2000. Basically because I found that the community I grew up in, which is Hastings-on-Hudson, had basically lost its middle class and became a bedroom community from a manufacturing community in the late 50s. You know, our committee is, it's all about, I would say, the coming together and having a mission statement. And our mission statement is to build affordable housing throughout the community, not just in one particular area, but in all of Hastings, all of the neighborhoods. We actually feel that we should all be living together in whatever structures or neighborhoods that we're in. So the creation of the committee was to bring together people that had similar interests but from different backgrounds. For example, a lawyer, an accountant, an architect, a planner. These are the individuals that we have tried to gather together so that we can present a united front to the community. And you know, as happens with all committees, people come and go. Our leader, Sue Smith, who led us for many, many years, has retired, and actually her position is now being taken by two of us. So it's, you can imagine if one person, two people are doing what one person used to do. The committee is broken into actually two parts. There is a fund, which is a 501c3, and there is the committee part that I actually lead. The 501c3 is structured so that it can take in grants, it can take, and we can do fundraising, and by fundraising, we're out in the community, basically doing things like going to events that take place in the community and handing out flyers, telling people about affordable housing, and trying to get them to understand that it's not an onerous thing, that it is something that most likely their parents or grandparents probably would have been eligible for at the time. So that is part of what we're doing. Our committee is structured in a way that we have meetings on a monthly basis that are open to the public. Minutes are taken, and we discuss what our plans are. And we work through our village mayor and trustees on projects of land that is not right now parkland. It's land that the village owns that is not utilized for parkland. So you could well imagine these parcels of property are either straight up or they're straight down. So we generally need relief from the strict context of zoning and planning, and the Village of Hastings has been willing to work with us on those efforts to be able to create housing. We have also taken over properties that were either condemned or should have been condemned and rehabilitated them. There are three different types of, I don't want to say ownership, but there are two forms of ownership and also rental. So we've created condominiums, we've created single-family houses with accessory apartments. So when we speak of accessory apartments, this basically means that within our village, a single-family home can have an apartment in it legally. It is inspected on a per annum basis. And so when we do new construction, which we have done, we are able to create not one unit, but two. And that offsets the tax cost for the homeowner, and it gives another unit to a potential individual for a rental. Generally, those accessory apartments are about 25% of the total square footage of the residence. So really, how do we do this and work with the community? And it is through the efforts of all of the community members, and as we meet, we discuss how to confront not in my backyard issues, because we deal with them just as anyone else does. And the way is what has been described before me here, that we will have meetings where we will engage the neighborhood in a dwelling that we're considering purchasing and saying, look, we'd like to do this, this is who we are, and well, the most of the questions or the biggest objections that we have are, well, it's going to bring our property values down. And that is something that is not true, but it is not understood correctly. People don't understand that if you build an affordable house, it will be affordable for 99 years. Even if the person moves out, another affordable person will move in. It will have the same structure as when it was originally created for that entire period of time. Same thing with the rental within it. We also have in the Village of Hastings that we have negotiated with the mayor and the trustees what's called a set-aside law. Okay. So this has to do with new development that we are not creating, but a developer has come in and said that they wanted to build 60 residential units within the community. For him or her to be able to do that, 15% of the housing has to be affordable. We prefer that the affordable units be within the structure or at least on the site. We have not been successful always with that, but that is the direction that we would like it to go in, as you can well understand why. So just to kind of, I'm going to ask you if you have questions of me, but just to understand that I'm a leader in the affordable housing for the Village of Hastings. Doesn't have all the answers, but I'm a person that has a never-say-die attitude. In my life, other than affordable housing, I'm a real estate broker and have been for 47 years. So you can imagine, to last that long in that business, you have to be willing to take the good with the bad and understand that not everything is a success, but to make the best of your failures. And that's what I have to say to you today. Thank you.
You said that you can't always persuade the developer to put the affordable units in the same cluster. What excuse could they give you that you could accept? I mean, how can they say that?
in life, everything is a negotiation. So, if a developer were to say to you, in your community, I'm inspired to build 8 affordable units, or 8 of my units need to be affordable. But I have purchased a site down the block, and instead of building 8, I'll build 16. Now, the question is what's more important? Is it more important that they be on the site, or more important that there be more units? It's not a decision that we make. This is a decision that is made by the municipality. So that's one instance.
They might offer to build more.
Correct.
I see, okay.
Right, off-site.
Right.
Another is that just actually happened on Route 9A, which is Soma River Road, if anyone knows where that is, where Martin Ginsburg built the development with 60 units. And he didn't want to put the affordable actually within the 2 buildings. He built the affordable units in structure in the middle of the 2 buildings, and instead of building 12 units, he built 16 units or something like that. So that's again, that's something that is negotiated between the municipality and the developer. But we're as a committee, we have a voice, and we express exactly what you would want and I would want, which is that the affordable units be intermixed within the structure.
I mean, you can't psychoanalyze your builder, but do you think there's an elitist or a racist reason for doing that?
I can only assume that what was in Mr. Ginsburg's mind was that he, backing up a little bit, but this is just an assumption. To build residential units today, most of the residential units that are being built are rentals, and there's a reason why. It has to do with the ability to procure financing. Used to be able to procure financing for condominiums very easily. Not so anymore because of federal regulations. So I think that Mr. Ginsburg probably's plan is that at some point in time he's going to convert this rental structure in the next 10 years or so into something like a condominium.
I would say let the church say, amen, amen. I'm in the right place then. It's good to be with you. I'm the pastor of New York Covenant Church in New Rochelle. I'm a church plant. I planted that church. Just a quick background, I'm a 4th generation pastor. My father pastored in New England in South Ozone Park, Queens, near JFK Airport, and my grandfather pastored. He pastored for 30 years, and my grandfather pastored for 3 decades in Brooklyn, Beulah Church of the Nazarene. So I'm a church boy, so I understand a bunch of things that we all understand and have experienced. So I had a predisposition, so I'm going to talk just briefly about why I'm involved in affordable housing, but also how I'm involved. So I'll be very quick. I have a predisposition to ministries of compassion and justice through my father and his father and his father. And so when I went to seminary, before I went to seminary, I was in business school out in Los Angeles, UCLA, and I was confused when I received my call to pastoring, which I did not want to do, and trying to figure out that I just waste 2 years of full-time work at a really good business school to be a pastor, and trying to figure out how I was going to connect a business degree with an MDiv, and found a great place to do that through a THM program, and did a lot of community development stuff to try to fuse the 2 degrees together, and more importantly, figure out what kind of pastoral work I was called to do. And so my approach is, comes from that context. So fast forward all the way to planting a church in New Rochelle, and then now acquiring a piece of property on Main Street. We bought REI, it was old REI in New Rochelle, if someone knows New Rochelle on Main Street. And we bought that property when we outgrew the church we were in, one of our sister churches in New Rochelle. And I looked at that property, envisioned it as a strategic location. I didn't look at it as, oh, you know, great, I can have service here, we can do this, we can do this kind of ministry. I looked at it as a leveraging opportunity. And I know a lot about church properties. You have existing, as you know, it's about looking at it as a strategic location. What is around you? How can you connect? How can you collaborate? You have more power. One of the lessons I learned, you have more power than you think you do. Because you just, if you have the property, you're off the tax rolls. You bought a property, you took something off the tax rolls. So politicians don't like you even when they say they like you sometimes. Anybody know what I'm talking about? And it's that whole kind of thing. When we bought the property, they didn't think we could afford it. We bought it, then they didn't like us for a while, and now they like us, right? Because we have leverage, and we have to understand what that leverage looks like. And so fast forward, we bought that property with an idea and a vision to build some level of affordable housing on it, amongst other things. And we hooked up with, I believe did you meet Rose Noonan yet? Yes, Rose is the Housing Action Council, whatever municipality you're in, if there's anything like the Housing Action Council, it was amazing for us. We collaborated with the Housing Action Council, and all these things that I was sitting here maybe 15 years ago, here at PACE for something very similar to this, and some of this stuff, even with the MBA, went over my head a little bit, to be honest. I'm like, okay, wow, this is a lot. I just want to preach. And care, do my pastoral work, right? But having the Housing Action Council to help us understand what it meant to have tax credits and leverage our project to get money from the county and money from this place, and there's a fund over there, was amazing. I have to say this, I tried and failed a lot in affordable housing, and now it looks like we're going to be partially successful. And I say that not to discourage anyone, but to encourage you. This is one of the, as I fast forward, one of the lessons I learned is that coming alongside certain politicians, and looking at what they're envisioning for the city, but not losing your own vision is really important. Because they'll try to co-opt your vision for what you're trying to do a lot of times. I'm a little cynical, but that's okay. It's good to have a little cynicism in you, I believe. And so they'll take some of that, some of your vision away from you if you're not careful. So I think it's really, really important to keep that in mind. I had one of the project we originally worked on, affordable housing, we scored extremely high with the Department of Housing and Community Renewal at the state level for the project, but the politicians didn't want it. And so we had everything in line, we had the funding, we had this, that, thanks to the Housing Action Council, but we still got to know. And that was very difficult for us. Fast forward to a year after that, after they said no, because they wanted to do a show look like Greenwich Village. Back then, that's what they told me. I go down the street to get my watch fixed at the jewelry store one of the city council members owns, and he looked at me and said, Pastor Holder, Dr. Holder, we should have accepted your project. You were a couple of years ahead of us. We lost some federal funding, we lost this, because we didn't have a project like yours in the pipeline. So it's really important to understand that, that hurt me. I'm like, oh, you're killing me. All this work for 2 or 3 years with Rose Noonan, applications this big, you're still trying to preach week to week and Bible study and care for people and all those good things that you're supposed to be doing and we all know we do. It was very heartbreaking. But you got to keep pushing forward. That's what I encourage you. You got to keep pushing forward. Now, as some of you may know, New Rochelle has a master development plan. We're a part of that. We're going to squeeze out some affordable housing in our project. What I need to say is, we're using this project. I want you to hear. This is hard for me to accept for a while because I'm like 100% affordable, 100% affordable. Not doing anything, going down with the ship. right? That was me. That's me. It still is me in a sense. But we're getting some affordable out of that project, but I'm leveraging that for the next project. That's going to be everything I pray, hope, and envision that God gave you to be. Does that make sense? And that's it's got to say, okay, I'm going to do this, and we're going to get something out that's going to be meaningful. We're going to have a school in our project, a Christian academy. We're going to do a lot of work for the needy. We love doing it without fail. We'll do much more of that right in the middle of the city. And we're going to take that leverage with no mortgage. Hallelujah. Everybody knows about mortgage. With a mortgage, there's no staff, right? Well, maybe some of y'all do. I don't. It's me, myself, and I. To be able to now have staff, and then but also be able to, more importantly, for us to leverage a beautiful project, maybe a couple more. So we're in this forever. That's how I see it in this part of the church. That's all I wanted to share. Good to be with you. I know it's been a long day, but God bless you.
Okay, so here we are to push off. This is who we are. I'll just introduce you. I'm Jason Levate. This is Jacqueline. This is John. And this is Willie. One attorney and 3 architects, and it was really based on how interesting our mutual professions are. Okay, so this is the agenda for what we're going to talk about. I'm going to talk pretty quickly. If you need me to slow down, please yell at me to slow down. If you have questions as we're going, please raise your hand, and in the interest of time, we will make a educated guess as to whether we can answer it then or leave it to the end. Yes, sir.
All your slides being given to the website for the council.
Thank you very much. Yes, all of them, including the appendices, will be available, as will we. Okay, so this is the agenda. We're going to have a brief introduction. We're going to go through some quick examples. Hopefully you will see yourselves in those examples or the possibilities. We're going to go through legal planning and architectural first concerns, but we're going to approach it from hopefully where you are, and then give you an example of how our mutual professions will analyze it and what we can do for you all. We have a wonderful case study from Poughkeepsie. We'll walk you through, and then very briefly next steps and Q&A. So now for the introduction.
As a primer, none of this is written in gospel, if you will, so we're sharing terms here. In terms of putting the case study in perspective, we tend to see properties in 3 contexts: rural, urban, transitional. Obviously, rural and urban are easy to identify. Transitional captures everything in between. So our case study today, we feel very strongly, is in a transitional context.
Next slide. Okay.
The process that we're going to follow has been talked about extensively here today. On the surface, we initially launched talking about maximizing space. Really, it's maximizing space and maximizing opportunities. And you may not always decide at the end of whatever venture you embark upon to maximize your opportunities. And we'll chat about that during the case study also. But that's essentially the overview of the goal, the mission today.
Yeah, I thought, if you couldn't tell, this is the architect slide. I thought this line in the middle really resonated with me. Maximizing opportunities merges existing use patterns, desired use patterns, and potential use patterns. That's really what we're trying to do. Okay, so this is my slide. This is really talking about, and if you find it confusing, that's okay. On the left-hand axis, it says legal commitment. So this is how you might develop, quote-unquote, develop or program your property with a partner, right? Not by yourself, but with a third party, not-for-profit, a developer, etc. And so from least legally binding to most legally binding, and sort of occupying of your space, both spatially and temporally, is license is the lease committing, lease, and then an outright sale. And joint ventures could be included in leases and sales. And then across the bottom is the financial commitment, because that's something we haven't really talked a whole lot about, but it is really going to drive a lot of this, not only the considerations as to why you might be interested in this, but also the considerations as to what can be done. And so we're going to walk through 3 examples of these space use strategies, how to maximize space, and it's a renovation, a repurposing, and a development. Very simply, a renovation is really just taking existing space as it is, using it for something similar to its legal use, but sort of sprucing it up and making it more usable, better usable. Repurposing is taking something that has probably long been out of commission, you'll see an example of that, and or for a different use for which it was not intended. And then a development is something that's really from the ground up, brand new, that we're talking about. So this is an example of renovation. This is a church in Astoria that partnered with the Ali Forney Center. They had an unused church basement. They had identified a need, which was LGBT youth transitioning out of foster care that were becoming homeless. And this is a real issue, in the country. It's a real issue in New York. And what they did was they renovated their basement to have 8 transitional beds for LGBT youth transitioning out of foster care. This is also an example of how partnerships can lead to, more partnerships. They're now working together to develop new housing for LGBT youth at the church site. This is an example of repurposing. This was a decommissioned school, and you can see it was a real mess inside. It sat idle for about a decade or 2, maybe more, and then it was renovated for affordable housing at Boys and Girls Club. So that's an example of what the apartments look like, and that's an example of what the Boys and Girls Club looks like. This is an example of development. This is St. Stephen St. Martin's Episcopal Church in Bedford-Stuyvesant. This is a 120-year-old stick-built church. If you can see on the sides, it had steel beams that are holding it up. I don't think I'm allowed to say this, and so we're going to have to delete this part of the recording. But when the bishop came to preach there, when he walked in, he said, "Are you sure this is safe?" And then when he walked out, he said, "I'm sure this is not safe. This needs to be the top priority on our list." So you can see there was the church in mid-block. The end of the block, they had 2 false starts on development. This is also a cautionary tale, where they thought that, all we need is our faith, and God will provide. And they started the foundation, got a half poured. Then 5 years passed, they started the foundation again, and they got 1 more third poured, and then they totally ran out of money. And the general contractor left without having it completed. This is the aerial view. On the right is the stick-built church. On the left is the 3/4 filled foundation that sat there for 2 decades. And then this was the proposal on what to do on the site. They sold 2/3 of it, which is where that apartment building is, the gray, and they retained 1/3. So they split the lot and they put a brand new sanctuary. It's the first sanctuary in the Episcopal Diocese of New York, I think, in 3 decades. It's an African-American or Caribbean American church designed by a female African-American architect. So that is the design 3-dimensional of the church, and then here's what it looks like now. It is built, it is operational, it is fantastic. I will note, this was in Bedford-Stuyvesant. They had a decision, like hopefully you will have many hard decisions to make, as to whether to have this development be affordable or not. There was not sufficient monies to develop the sanctuary and the community spaces in the sanctuary if it was affordable. So they made the hard decision to have market rate and to renovate their, or fully develop their church.
So this is that.
Here's my slide. I'm very fortunate to actually represent a few churches right now. We're in the planning stages and analyzing what they have. This is one project that has been on the boards for about 2 years. Unfortunately, it has gone through a transitional phase where a developer came in and they actually didn't like the idea, but they have an existing church, two-story church in downtown Brooklyn in New York City. And because of the area that's in is very prime to retail space on the first floor, and it's underutilized. It's able to actually be developed to a 6-story building with some multifamily above the first floor. So the problem they had is where they can actually keep their mission. And they need mine to actually go down into the basement. That was one of the issues that they had. They want to make sure that they keep their mission within the community. So they opted to actually be able to have their space on the ground floor, on the cellar floor. So these are just the retail space on the first floor, apartments above, and then their church space will be down in the cellar. Obviously, every church wants to have as much program as they wanted. As you can see, it was very tight quarters down in the cellar. If you go to the next slide. So we, obviously, we wanted to maximize every kind of square inch that we can possibly have in the cellar, as well as making sure that the height was prime for their use. They wanted to have classrooms, they wanted to have a sanctuary, they wanted to have also a space of fellowship. Obviously, we wanted to make sure that this space was flexible enough to accommodate all 3 programs, as well as have the auxiliary rooms such as a kitchen, some toilets. And the only issue was that now we have to figure out how to actually get to the cellar. So prime space, retail space, goes with frontage. Visibility of retail space. So what do? We are creating a long corridor here. So one of the things that we actually wanted to make sure is that they don't lose their presence along the street. And what we wanted to do is just get that essence back into, to be able to spill into the street. If you go to the next slide. So this is the way we came up with. And one of the things that we realized is that when we actually talk to the developers early on, they have a misconception of actually what a turnkey is. A turnkey for them is just a white box. But for the end user, which is the churches, you want to make sure that you elevate the essence and the spiritual sense of the space. So we wanted to make sure that the church had a presence. The church had a way to actually spill their mission. In this case, we actually extracted a lot of their readings in the Gospels and so forth. Next slide. A way to actually visualize what that represented. Next slide. And this is the space of that cellar space, what it will become eventually. A flexible space that can actually accommodate not only the sanctuary, but also a way to create a classroom if they have to, and also be able to have a fellowship hall. So it has to be very flexible, it has to be very intuitive to what they need. And you have 2 more slides, the second slide, and then the next one. Fortunately for us, the grade was lower at the street level, but actually lower at the back and higher on the front. We were able to actually introduce some natural light. It was a cellar, so you wanted to make sure that was still, in some ways, you can see out. And I think that's about it on my end.
Yeah, well, that's amazing. This is my first time seeing that project in urban environment. It's very difficult to do such things. One of the things that will come up, right, if you're trying to maximize the financials to the church, whether it is affordable or market rate, the church will frequently be in the basement, or the basement in the first floor. So getting natural, I mean, that's a decision that you can make if it's your property, but really that's, you're not going to put apartments there, it may not be commercial, and it can work for the church, and so getting natural light in is a great feat.
Jacob, just one thing to add. That one developer that we were actually talking to was actually not the one that we're actually going to be talking to again. It turns out that they couldn't do it because of we had to underpin the existing structure. And for that required a lot of money that was sucking out some of the proceeds to make sure that they can actually sustain it. We actually have a new developer that's willing to give up the first floor, so that's moving ahead at this time. So
there is agility.
There is agility in the process. There's always going to be somebody else that has a different mindset, not in the way of mixed-use development, but a way to actually compromise in the end. So.
I think this is an amazing segue into the steps to space maximization. And these are, to be clear, these are the steps I think a faith-based organization should take. And your professionals, your attorney and your architects will be plunked down into this, and we'll show you sort of where I think we exist in this ecosystem. But to walk through it very quickly is you need to decide action is required. Either you have financial pressures, you have mission, desires, there are opportunities externally or internally. But you need to say, okay, we want to do something. Then the first thing is to gather your documents and implement reconnaissance. So what are our organizational documents? We'll walk through. What are our property documents? We need to assemble your team. Your team should be your professionals. Ideally, you will have your team before you have a developer or a broker or those sorts of things. Someone that can really protect your interest and help you understand what you have. You're going to evaluate internally and externally your needs, desires, and values. The exercise that you all went through on lunch or during lunch is a great example of evaluating the external needs, desires, and values. Right? All the green dots are things that you think that you've got in abundance, and all the red things are things that you think that you need. Same thing internally. For your organization, you could do that. And then internally and externally, what are your supports? What are your opportunities? We won't go deep into what financing possibilities there are for affordable housing or for not-for-profit in this PowerPoint. We'll only touch on it briefly, but I think the case study that you'll hear from Reverend McJunkin on Antioch Baptist Church will really, hopefully, make clear to you what it is to be evaluate your external opportunities. We're going to define, establish conference points, and create a plan. We're going to approve. So that's really where you say, okay, now that we've done this evaluation, what are we going to do? You're going to approve and implement, and you're going to have internal and external approvals, and then you're going to implement what your plan is. So you're going to, when you get your documentation, you're going to evaluate what your ownership and organization structure are. So do you in fact own your property? Many of you, in our case example you'll see, have owned your property for hundreds of years. So are you the same entity? Do you have the same name? Was it owned by an association and now you're a corporation? These are all things that you want to suss out initially. And we have 3 title companies which are sponsoring us. This is why title matters. Your title company is going to go into your records and identify who owns what. And then help you establish that you have ownership. Are there restrictions on your property? You could have deed restrictions that say it must be a church forever. You might say that the whole thing has to be a church forever. And then you couldn't actually develop on the property. And so you could spend a lot of time, if you don't do this at step 1, to develop affordable housing, you've got a deed restriction that would prohibit it. Are you landmarked? You might be contemplating taking your building down, but you cannot because the law prohibits it. And then organization, and we'll get into this a little bit. So what do your documents actually say? You might say, oh, we always go to these 3 people and they approve everything. But if your documents say, no, the whole congregation's got to approve, or this is the board that you have to approve, you need to know that at the jump. This is just to elaborate on what evaluating your need, internal and external. I think we talked about need with the exercises. With regard to value, internal value is what is this to you, right? So this was a great example. You have a certain amount of worship space. You have a certain amount of program space. I know by experience, I had a client that had a storefront church in Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn, that they acquired in the 1960s. They sold it, it's a long story, but they sold it for $5 million. They could not get the property they needed anywhere in the 5 boroughs for $5 million. And now they're going to New Jersey. They're happy about it, so don't grumble. But that's the reality, right? So you need to know, well, okay, we're selling it because we're going to have this windfall. Okay, well, where are we going? What are we doing? And then the external. So there are appraisals. We won't get into it now. Just know that there are different types of appraisals, which is it for development? Is it for use as it currently is? Is it for the income that it could produce? All of those produce different values. You can also get a broker opinion value. So you go to a broker's going to say, I think I can sell it for X on the market. And then there's asset mapping. Asset mapping is, totally non-capitalistic approach to valuing your property. Who in our community has a need that might be able to use our space? What is the value to them, both for their mission and possibly financial? I won't get into this, just know that there are tax considerations and they're scary, so get an attorney. The important thing in here is income tax. You ought not be paying it. There is what's called unrelated business income tax. If you are a passive investor or member of real property, you shouldn't have to worry about it. But if you're running a business like a coffee shop, you may. Real property, you should be exempt. If you lease to a not-for-profit, that should continue to be exempt as long as it meets some very nebulous definition of what you're allowed to charge them, which is carrying cost, maintenance, and depreciation. But nobody can actually put a fine point on what exactly that means. The point is, think if you are leasing or entering into a license agreement with somebody, even if they are not-for-profit, you need to think about the tax consequences. And the short is, if you can, push the taxes down to the tenant. That says, in the event that there are taxes, they're on you. This is funding opportunities external. I just want to identify for you that there are, and this is just the beginning of the list, there are lenders, grantors, partners that can help you finance programs, right? So if you do asset mapping, there may be a daycare that has funding available to it, but maybe has no space. So if you want them to come into your or you're willing to let them come into your space, they might be able to rehabilitate it. And so you would have to negotiate that. The other point on here is there are grant dollars out there from the government, from New York State, from, for those of you in New York City, City Council, borough presidents, etc. But it is difficult to get if you don't have a secular affiliate. So it is useful for you to create a not-for-profit corporation rather than a religious corporation to sort of work with you on your secular activities. This is how to solicit and choose a product plan partner. These are just 3 strategies. One is asset-based community development, right? Sort of what Tiffany and the Land Use Law Center were talking about for land use, but for your property. Invite everybody in, have a conversation and say, let's forget for a moment that this is our property. Tell us what you all would envision in here. And we'll start to sound it off and see what resonates with us and what we think is good. Second one is a broker, pretty straightforward. For market rate properties that have a high value, getting a broker makes a ton of sense. The last is a request for proposal. Request for proposal is if you're asking for something specific, like affordable housing. So all of the properties that my firm works with in New York City that want to build affordable housing, we issue requests for proposal. And in that is a very detailed request as to, we want affordable housing, we want replacement sanctuary space, we want not-for-profit secular space. And we want the best deal that we can get for our church. You can use RFPs for market rate, but the market rate is a little bit more of a livelier market. So using a broker and using those contacts usually is helpful, particularly because in a lot of places in the 5 boroughs, even increasingly into the outer bands of New York City, there are investors that are interested in buying those properties that only brokers really have connections to. Approvals, in short, you'll have to get approvals from the Attorney General. If you're a religious corporation, if you sell your property, mortgage your property, or enter into a lease of your property for 5 or more years, regardless of how small that sale, that mortgage, or that lease is, it could be a lease for an office in your very big, parish home. It doesn't matter the size. If it meets any of those requirements, you need to get approvals. Attorney General approvals and an approval of the court. There's a caveat which says the law was changed 5 years ago, which allowed you to get either court approval or the Attorney General approval. Attorney General almost never approves without also requiring the court. Court never approves without Attorney General. This is an example of the exceptions to the rule. In short, if you're a hierarchical church, you have a judicatory which oversees you, there's a good chance that you will not need Attorney General approval. You will just need that judicatory's approval, and then you'll get court approval. And I'll raise this cautionary tale now. Make sure that you are talking to that judicatory when you are thinking about doing something with your property that requires their approval, not once you have a fully signed deal. I've watched deals waste a lot of time only to get turned down by the judicatory. Okay, so now the big reveal. First Congregational United Church of Christ in Poughkeepsie volunteered to be our case study. So we've walked you through sort of what the steps are for evaluating what's possible with your property and how you might begin to make a decision. And so we are going to Reverend Heather Reed. Hi everybody, that's Reverend Heather. She volunteered to be sawed in half, and so we're gonna walk through this.
So this was truly a team effort, a short period, intense effort. As Jason highlighted, our team member was Reverend Heather Moody, who was very accommodating right up until yesterday, where we caught her in the plumbing aisle of Lowe's to run through some last-minute notions that we were going to apply to this scheme. One notion we forgot to sort of highlight. Not only are our practice lanes passionate about the subject matter, we sort of drive in this lane. The American Institute of Architects is represented here in the 3 primary levels. Jacqueline is our regional component president. I am an officer at the state level. Willie is a strategic council member at the national level. So the American Institute of Architects is truly a passionate partner in affordable housing and all of the other peripheral project types that surround it.
Thank you. And personally, I myself am very interested in this for a number of reasons. One, I'm very involved in my local church. I was actually telling Reverend Heather this yesterday. It's a passion of mine. We have unused buildings. We have land that we would like to preserve. My congregation is looking to purchase a synagogue in Westchester, which we will be converting to a church and then leasing back to the synagogue on Saturdays. So it just goes to show, my church has rented from synagogues in the past quite frequently. So there's multiple opportunities here to partner with each other and make this both an economical and a green decision across the board. So, and as well as affordable housing. We joke about this all the time. Affordable in Westchester has nothing to do with affordable in, upstate New York. So I myself, as a new architect in the field a few years ago, and my husband and 3 children lived in a 900 square foot apartment at SUNY Purchase. And the reason for that is because SUNY Purchase had to provide housing because they weren't paying their employees enough in order to give them a living situation locally in Westchester. So obviously we didn't meet the threshold for affordable housing. However, myself, my husband, and 3 kids lived in what we could, a 900 square foot apartment, until recently jumping over to Connecticut where we could afford it a little bit better. So it just goes to show that we have to think about this as communities, both at the local level and further at the state and national level. So to jump into things, I'm actually going to stand up here. So we have our neighborhood context. So this is pretty much where we start. As we look at what's going on in the neighborhood. So you can see the area here. Next slide. And then right here, just so you guys can see, this is the area that is owned by SCUCC currently. Oh, thank you. I do. So this is step one. We would look at the neighborhood and we would see what there is. You've heard about a lot of this today as far as then you would meet with the community and find out exactly what it is. We had a chance, even though it was in the Lowe's aisle some, to speak about what it was and what SCUCC's mission is. Ironically, or faith, whatever you want to call it, this Sunday at church, my minister was speaking about ethos, which I'm not sure if any of you know what that is, but the definition is the characteristic spirit of a culture, era, or community as manifested in its beliefs and aspirations. I think that's what we're all here for today. That's my feeling, is that we all have this mission or this ethos, and we're trying to do something in order to be inclusive to everybody. Next slide. So here's just the street view of the existing church. Next slide.
So this is to walk through the steps that we outlined before as to how a faith-based organization might go about making a decision. So in short, this is the quick download that we got for the Moody, was that challenges, it's recognizing challenge towards increasing revenues and serving community needs. And so revenue is positive, or can be positive, sometimes not positive, but really insufficient if there's an emergency need, and certainly not sufficient to cover ongoing maintenance of such a large physical plant. And at least with the daycare is below market and untaxed, as we mentioned before. If it serves mission is below, meets this standard, because it serves mission. But on the mission side, there is questions as to, is this the mission for the faith-based organization? There seems to be a mix of goals, and there's certainly interest in serving LGBT youth and homeless issues, which are prevalent in kids. So we went through assembling the documents. Those are the documents. Woo! I thought it would be useful to see just how old they are. They're frequently unreadable, so I didn't try to read them. This is my little secret, is what I get the title company to do. They read them and transcribe them and insure them. So anyway, the corporate documents, in short, they have a certificate of incorporation from 1970. But their property documents, if you look at number 2, date back to 1842. That raises a question for me. So who took this property? Reverend Heather walked me through sort of the history of it and the church, and so this is something that would need to be dug into, probably a very surmountable problem, but a problem that would have to be addressed if something is to be done with the property that involves title, a transfer or even a mortgage. Constitution and bylaws I went through, it is a very democratic organization, and so there is a board of trustees, there's a church council, and there's a congregation. From my read of this very quickly, it looks like all of them are going to have to weigh in on a decision that has an impact on the property. In addition, I took note that if money is to be borrowed in excess of 5%, whether or not it's for the property, whether or not it has a mortgage, that also needs to be approved. So these are all important things to know when you're saying, okay, what do we have to deal with when we're figuring out what we can do? And then in terms of the architectural documents, there were floor plans, some exterior building elevations, and supporting infrastructure documentation. Those are the documents. So pulling together the team, this is the team that was pulled together for this. And for this, I'm wearing Superman socks and the kids gave me, because where else can I do it? And then so we're going to evaluate the internal and external need, and this is really where the rubber hits the road in the architectural stuff. Listen intently. I find this amazing, and I think hopefully it will be useful.
Before, just back to the points that you've heard multiple times today. So we were able, this is a flyover, okay? We're not down at ground level, this is a flyover. We spoke with Reverend Heather about some of the things, but really what would happen is, back to Jason's point, is all of those different levels would be involved in this process. We would sit down with them, we would find out what their ethos is, their mission, and carry those items through this design process. In addition, and back to Tiffany's point, is it's really, really important, right at the beginning stages, I can't echo it enough, to reach out to the community. It's important to find out what it is that's important to the community, because that's who you're serving. As much as you're serving your congregation, you're serving the community. And that, I think, is what we're all here to do. So,
Tiffany, you may recognize this diagram, and this was a coincidence. When we went into the zoning, we discovered Pace had written, or with heavy influence or significant influence, Pace had written this zone in terms of comprehensive plan metrics.
yeah, so actually this is really exciting. So I know that a lot of you are probably looking at this thinking, what the heck are you looking at? But all of these different colors represent a zone. So right now this is Poughkeepsie, and there are zones all located throughout. You can see this little chart down here. Those are all of the different zones just within that municipality. So step one is going in and finding out what zone you're in. Does anybody know why that's important? Exactly. So that's going to list what the requirements are. Our team members are so smart. So what this is a blow up. So prior to February of this year, previously just this pink area that you see, it was a C2 zone. However, Rose spoke earlier about some overlay districts. What happened, actually this has been going on for a little while, but in February they finally approved this overlay district. So that's what you see happening, all of these different cross hatches going on. So what we discovered is that we're in the creative edge zone overlay. So I thought, great, we're creative. Next slide. So what this is prior to, and this is where it gets a little complicated, because a lot of people say, oh, we're in C2, and they saw that real quick. So this is what may have happened. I'm going to tell a quick little story. So when I graduated, and I was at the first firm that I was with, I was going through and I was communicating with the town about this, actually it was a bowling alley, and they were looking to extend, they were going to create a whole shopping center. And I was communicating with the town for about 6 months, I would say. And so then I was getting ready to submit some drawings, and they looked at the drawings, and they looked and they said, you're in the wrong municipality. Are you kidding me? And then I thought, I'm getting fired. My boss is going to fire me. Luckily, the administrative assistant felt it was partially their fault as well, because they had been communicating with me this whole time. It was Haverstraw and West Haverstraw, same one. So we were quickly put on that, and they bailed me out. So, but my point is, you really have to do your research to make sure that you're looking at all the correct documentation. Next slide. So in this case, like I said, we have the creative edge. So this is now the district that we're in. So what it's telling us is that we have a minimum height of 2 stories, a maximum height of 5. There are some exceptions to that 5. Minimum lot coverage is 50%, open space of 15. Front yard, and you'll see this in some diagrams we're about to show. You can either have a 0-foot setback, so meaning no setback at the front, with a maximum of 15 feet. The side yard is the same, 0 and 15. The rear yard's a minimum of 15. Next slide, sorry. So this is what we were dealing with. So we took those existing documents and we created a site diagram and some context. So everything that you see labeled A is owned by the church. Next door B, we have a restaurant. C are some apartments. E is, actually this whole thing is E. There's some buildings back here, but a majority of this is a parking lot. And then D was the American Legion, I believe if that's correct. Okay. It's not ours. We can buy it. We can just come in and get it. So we were looking, this whole A.1 is the existing parking right now. A.2 is overflow parking, and we have some play stuff in the back, and then we have the church building. Next slide.
And there's some existing dynamics going on already between, if you could go back one, I'll let Jacqueline highlight them, but between A, B, C, D, and E, besides the adjacency, there's some other relationships already in play.
Yeah, so actually, right now, you're talking about the parking and everything, right? So right now, there are some agreements with some shared parking scenarios between A, B, C, not E, if I'm correct.
Not E and not D.
Not E, right. D is kind of out of the picture, but it's adjacent, so we want to make sure that everybody understood the full context of what's going on here. Yep. Okay, so here's the existing facility floor plans. What you see highlighted, what color did it show up on this screen? Okay, kind of this yellow sand color. Everything that you see highlighted there is, and don't correct me if I'm wrong, I think we got them all based on a conversation between Lowe's and here, when you're not looking at the same screen, but pretty much those areas, not that, I just realized, is part of the daycare facility. So right now, one of the concerns that was expressed to us, and you can probably see it just from this diagram, is the lack of security going on between the church and between the daycare, and this lack of separation. So that was one of the concerns, and the congregation, to our understanding, is kind of split about a little bit of this stuff. So we're going to come back to this in a minute, but those are the areas of concern right now. Next slide. Okay, so what we were looking at, and again, just keep in mind that this is Reverend Heather's first time seeing this as well. So she's a trooper for this because she woke up with this a few minutes ago. What are they thinking? And again, what's going on here is this is going to be about maximizing. So option 1 is about maximizing the space. We talked about this a little bit. We talked about it internally. As architects, our responsibility isn't just about maximizing your space. I hate to say that, but I think some of you will agree with us that it's about the community. It's about looking and making sure that we aren't over-designing in some area. It's about environment. You have to take all of these things into consideration when you're designing, especially for a religious institute, because in that area you have to make sure that the prominence is still there. So in this case, what you'll see, we had to maintain parking on this level. However, the zoning requests that everything be kept up front. Do you remember I said there was a maximum of a 15-foot setback? That's not really that far, if you think about it. In this case, what we've done is the 0 foot. So you'll see that these little structures are located close to the building. One of the things that was brought up is we'd love to have an income-producing opportunity. So in this case, up front, we have a bookstore/cafe. So like a little coffee shop, people can come into the neighborhood. It gives you an opportunity to interact with them, and it also provides a income-generating opportunity in addition to the bookstore. This other side would be some other ground floor use, some type of community space. There were lots of different community concerns that we had spoken about.
And we as planners and designers, architects, we align with the zoning notions here that drew the building to the street. And for a long time, we've been allied in that notion in terms of building streetscape. But you'll see, then we took a step back in this instance. So.
Can you just confirm, so the boxes that are here, are they, so it's not, the first floor would not cover the entire property?
Correct, so just right, the orangish out there, it's hard to see there close. So these 3 orange boxes, so right here, again, this is keeping the notion that we're keeping the street side, which is, and again, in any other situation, most likely, we would say this is the right approach. We want to be front of everything right there on the street. We want to maintain that streetscape area. There's other you can see that this building has done the same thing, kept to the corner, as well as this one. There's a little strange piece of property there, but it has kept it as close to the street as it can. This piece in the back, what it is it would link, what you're going to see is the whole new building, the new building to the existing, as well as provide that vertical circulation, because we do have multiple stories here. Plus it keeps the ease of the access back here over to the stand and the other areas in the back for the children, so they're not struggling through the parking area if you were to use this front area. Okay, this is maximizing your site. So, and this is literally the maximum footprint that you can achieve We weren't suggesting doing this at the first floor, to your point, Jason, you're maintaining the first floor for your parking. So this is the second, third, fourth, and fifth levels. And so what would end up happening, you have a 10-foot from the sides, 0 to 15 on the side, sorry, but in our case, what we have here, again, you have to pay attention to your surroundings. Could we just go right up against there? We could. Would we be friendly neighbors, given the fact that there's another building there? No. So in this case, what we've done is we pulled 10 feet away. For those in the room who are familiar with this process, that's for fire ratings and all of those situations. Again, we've kept this link adjacent to the building. And that provides us with 5,270 square feet per floor. Some of these spaces, so right now, how we envision this is the second floor would be a daycare use. The third floor would be a multi-use. So some of the things that we talked about were community spaces, potential for shelter areas, etc. Fourth and fifth floor, and actually we wavered on this, so to be honest, the fourth and fifth floor, for sure, those would be residential. Whether those would be affordable or not, affordable actually allows you to go even higher. So Rose was speaking about that a little bit earlier on some of the incentives. If you were to provide 20% affordable housing, you can do 3 extra floors. 10% affordable housing is 2 extra floors. And I loved this in the zoning ordinance, they allowed 1 floor for green building practices. So trying to get that in there. So I thought that was a good thing. Could we go to 12 stories? No.
And so, beyond the incentives and the agility of the zone, and it's a well-written zone, and I'm not just saying this in front of you, but obviously what's in tow here at some point, because it's related directly to the amount of square footage you're going to generate, is parking, right? Parking was a challenge already in the context of this site. Parking is going to be more of a challenge if you were to realize all or a portion of the maximum potential. But looking at the context of that zone, and we won't drill into it today, there are peripheral positive potential for utilizing underutilized parking in a shared scenario, which is already what's happening. It's sort of in a mini snapshot between adjacent businesses in alternating periods and the congregation.
Yeah, we can flip quickly, right? Do you mind flipping back to the aerial, and then I'll flip back through?
The picture?
Yep, not that one, that was cool. One more. You can see it. So look at this parking lot right here. All of that parking, and look at the use. Maybe 50% is full, if I'm generous, but I wouldn't even give it that. There's also a parking garage over here. As we talked about, there's some possibilities of shared space in here. You can flip back forward. We just want to point those out because it is important. The other positive factor, and it was in one of those charts, is that they have reduced the amount of parking in this zone already, especially for housing. So what you typically see as minimally, a lot of times I see at least 1 parking space per unit. This was generated down to 0.5 spaces per unit. So meaning you get half a space for every unit. So basically every 2 units gets 1 parking spot, if you think about it that way. So here we are at the 3D option. So if you look at this, you'll probably see the same thing we saw, right? Is that if you maximize your site, what happens to the church? Visibility, yes. And we had a view this way, and it was so shocking that I was like, we're not showing that.
Before we have angry people.
Yeah, so we're not bringing that. But the fact was, exactly, visibility. You weren't able to see the church. So in this case, maximizing your site, Reverend, in our opinion, is not necessarily the correct design move in this case. We'll flip through these other ones real quickly. They're very similar. They're going to look exactly the same. However, if you notice, we pulled the bottom floor back in this scenario. Here's the next kicker. I normally say to our clients, John Fry, Willie will probably agree, don't go for variance if you can avoid it. right? It's one of the, we talked about this 6-month, this 3-year, whatever it may be. However, in this case, we took a little bit of liberty and we felt it was the right direction in order to give the church the symbolic nature that it needed, as opposed to making this new building, which is going to satisfy all the other community needs, the prominent structure. And again, I mean, we can never promise the boards that we're going to get in front of. However, we also felt from the design perspective that this was something that the community and the boards would be able to see, okay, look, the church is providing all of these additional community spaces. They're providing, these shelters and all of these other areas. However, yes, we don't want that to overtake. So there is that give and take with them to be able to look at all of that.
Forgive us, Tiffany.
It is all about negotiation. Next slide. Right, so here you can see, right, it's the same type of idea. You're keeping your uses on the same floor. It does cut back the number of units. We looked at anything from, I believe it was 15 to 24 units within these different schemes. And in full disclosure, as I talked about before, there was the other diagram showed a little bit, we talked about potential for the entire second floor to be designated to multi-use. To make this worthy, most likely you would probably end up taking all 3 for housing and locating the multi-use, which you'll see, I think, in the next slide. Yes, it's potentially reutilizing where the existing daycare is to meet some of the new uses, which are all listed here. The sanctuary, you've heard this already today. The idea of pulling out the pews in order to create this flex space. Next slide. So again, I mean, these are just, I'll read them if you can't read them. Ministry Center, allied organization partners, neighborhood mission supports, which include but not limited to senior programming, displaced individual support, reentry programs, LGBTQ and other communities, community organization gathering spaces, fresh food bank, clothing bank, social entrepreneurial opportunities, health and wellness uses, music education, and Soil to Souls was one of the organizations when we spoke to the church that was important to them.
So the exercises that we would implement as a team traditionally in an expanded fashion with a congregation or parish or whatever the structure was is obviously much more in-depth and has a much longer trajectory to it and drills into many more levels in many more different holes. And so there are a wealth, a growing, an expanding, an almost spontaneously combusting wealth of information and resources in our region and around the country in terms of exploring creative, dynamic ideas to implement on a range of properties. And we can just scroll through these quickly. And these are the types of documentation that we would provide as a part of the team effort that then would be shared, embedded within your internal structure or in congregation. Yes?
Yeah, I was concerned, what are the implications or the challenges of the American Disabilities Act on
They're core. They're front and center. So part of, and forgive us, part of the notion of the case study was solving that exact element. And it's not only for the congregation, but for any sort of co-gen uses, like the child care use or any other potential use. But I'm glad you brought that up because that's front and center. You've got to solve it.
And would it be 2 things? Would it be elevators and ramps, or could it be just one or the other? I mean,
more than likely, it's both. Because I feel like prototypically here we're talking about vintage structures, right? And besides vertical transportation floor to floor, often their first floors begin significantly above grade. In some instances, 4 to 5 feet, maybe more. So yes.
And the last thing is parking. You mentioned parking. What are the parking challenges with respect to
They range on your context, and one of the notions.
What if it's inside? What if it's inside? Inside parking? Because there's nothing on the street.
No, there was existing parking, and I forget what the number of spaces were. It looked to me about 25 or 27, approximately, Reverend Heather.
Yes, it's a bit more than that. I want to say it's like at least 45 to 50.
So there were 40, this parcel could host 45 to 50 cars, but it had the reverse dynamic of being able to borrow parking from adjacent properties, and then the rear parcel that we had annotated as E, you've never approached that scenario.
No, because there's no way, it's gated and it's off, and there's no way to access it because it's actually.
There's a level change, right, so all of that would have to be solved, but that's unique in the context of this parcel. That's a unique element that can be on.
All right, thank you.
Are you?
Yep.
This is just to give a sense of where we were in the evaluation process, or in our, whatever it was, I think 5 steps, or no, it might have been 6 or 7 steps. We're not even all the way through evaluation, right? Like, we haven't heard from Reverend Heather or leadership or the congregation, right? This is sort of the big Megillah option. If you're going to do redevelopment without demolition. But is this shows you the possibility. So is this what you want? Is it too much? And so do you want to try and repurpose space, etc.? You got a question?
Can you talk to, I mean, we keep using the word affordable housing. Can you speak to what you define as affordable? I mean, you reference
So
specifically the interest is like dealing with deeply affordable units, especially for faith-based organizations that would think that would be a value. What are you doing to help the most neediest of people who cannot find housing?
So here's the short answer, and then I won't answer for faith-based communities. Right? I think that's a missional question. That's an ethos question. The government defines, or the government affordable housing programs typically finance units up to 80% area median income. The low-income housing tax credit, which is the most ubiquitous source of financing, requires that the average of the units funded by that tax credit are 60%. So all your units could be 60%, and if you have 10 units, 5 could be at 70%, and 5 could be at 50%, so that the average is 60%. Getting deeper levels of affordability require more subsidy, more grants. And so this could, is a challenge for faith-based organizations. That subsidy could come from you. But you might decide that you want your subsidy to provide a support like a food program, or it might be senior daycare, or it might be something else. And so that's a decision that each organization is going to have to make for itself with regard to where do we want, what mission do we want to achieve, and how do we want to achieve it. I had, and then I'll stop talking because I think we're out of time. There was a church, so we were part of this program called New York Land Opportunity Program, run by LISC, who was the sponsor of this, Local Initiative Support Corporation. And it was a pre-development grant to identify faith-based organizations for potential affordable housing sites. One of the applicants that was selected was in Midtown Manhattan. They discovered that affordable housing would provide to them a purchase price of about $9 million. And they found out that the market value of their property was about $25 million. And so they made the decision that they were not yet ready to make a commitment to that level of subsidy to affordable housing. And they said, well, we could do a lot with that money for mission. And so they did not continue on in that program. So it's depending on what the land value is, right, places in the Bronx, increasingly less so, have a lower land value to provide more affordability because there's not that delta between what the affordable programs can pay for and what the market rate can pay for. The last thing I will say is these are government programs. You'll hear from Antioch in a moment, right? You can provide affordable housing without governmental programs. The problem is how you're going to finance it. That is the question with most of this. It's what's possible, what do we want, and then how do we pay for it. It's your show here it is.
I was just going to say, but you can't get deeper levels of affordability, right, with some government subsidy below that 60% average.
100%. So, these are totally additional sessions, I will say. Supportive housing, which will help persons with needs, serious and persistent mental illness, other sorts of disabilities, alcohol and substance abuse, at risk for homelessness or having been homeless. There are subsidies for, and you should all talk to Q English if you haven't, from HCR, because HCR runs these programs and many of these subsidies, so you get deeper levels of affordability. And even if you don't fall into one of those categories, there can be deeper levels of affordability, but you need to find a source to pay for that. Because the difference is, right, very simply, there's a grant which does not have to be repaid, and therefore you don't need income to support that. And then there's debt. And you need income to support that debt. And so most of these are financed in large part by debt, and so there needs to be a level of income to support those affordable housing.
Brief notion, to follow up on that thread, beyond the economics and the financial components that an entity would have to make related to their mission, the architectural and planning component will follow suit. If your mission decisions are driving a bandwidth of housing, a unit type, that is more, less family long-term oriented and more housing critical oriented. They're going to be different they're going to be different metrics, and you're going to have different densities, and it's going to affect the financing. So it's a fairly complicated.
I just want to add, in case you actually get to partner up with a developer in order to actually build the land. We, as architects, I think that we understand that there might be a conflict of interest in the end if we were actually to do the project. So what I've done in now for the churches that I'm working with is that I come in as an owner's rep to look out into the best interest of what that development will become. Because I'm sure that some of you understand what architecture is all about and probably know the read plans and whatnot. But we come with a set of actually hats that most of you may not have. One case in point is a Bronx church that I'm involved with as an owner's rep did not have an interior design aspect to it. I actually had to come in and be that person. But that added another cost to the project, which they may not have in the end. So one of the things that we need to identify is to have some perspective at the end, some expectations, not only from the end user, but also from the developer's frame of mind. Because he may be thinking just a white box and that's it with some lights and that. But we have to have that symbolic presence, that essence of what the spiritual value of that sanctuary is.
So, this is sort of where we leave off, or leave you, minus the appendices, which we won't go through. But you'll notice that all of one, which takes up 2/3 of this slide, are your homework internally. And then number two, after internal, is not meeting with developers, is you need your team. Right? And do not let cost be the impediment. Talk to the people up here, AIA in your area, pro bono attorneys, etc. Although we get through the conception phase, my firm really doesn't charge anything for it unless or until there's a transaction. So please don't be afraid to contact me or my firm. But you need people on your side to help you think through what you have and what you can do with it and what your internal desires and needs are, so that you can take that to the street and not let the street dictate it to you. And the point here is don't sign anything until you've done one or two, until you've done your internal evaluation and you've hired your professionals. Kate Toth reminded me, and then I think we are wrapped up and you're all for a break. For those of you from the 5 boroughs of New York City, can you raise your hands? Great. You need to swarm, Kate's off, Kate, will you stand up? Bricks and Mortals is an organization that is working with the New York State Council of Churches, but also its own entity. Kate is the project director for Bricks and Mortals. Has been on the job a long time now, 2 weeks?
Yes.
An amazing boon, blessing for all of us. Bricks and Mortals' sole reason for being is to help faith-based organizations use their property smarter. And so we are 2 weeks into Kate's legacy empire, but she is the right person to talk to get things started. So I think with that, any other final thoughts? I wasn't joking, I'm just, oh, this is us, that's me without a beard. Yes, sir.
Who's paying for all this?
Paying for what? Well, that is the $1 million question, figuratively and literally. So it depends,
So yes, that is a question. That's what we would meet at. Again, this was just a brainstorm session. But yes, we would meet with all the powers that be. We'd look at the financing with them, find out what it is that they do have. We'd look to see which income generating possibilities there would be there. And then again, I believe you're talking about some of these in the next session of how to pay for those.
I think what we're saying is, right, this is done in stages. So I don't know if you're asking about the case example or in general. The first stage is to get sort of a, for lack of a better term, evaluation of what's possible. And my firm, from a legal perspective, would do that for free. Many architects will give you sort of a massing study to say, okay, what can be done here? And then you say, okay, now let's talk through how this is financed. Are we going to a broker? And are you paying us along the way? Or is it upon milestones? Is it all deferred? And are you paying for it now? Is it partially deferred to the developer? And so as an example, when we do RFPs, just as an example, and we worked with an architect, we got our firm provided some analysis up front and said this is possible, took a small deposit, and the rest is due upon the church selecting a developer for the request for proposal. The architect on that deal engaged in a similar payment agreement where there was a small retainer and the rest was deferred until the point a developer was selected. Of course, if they decide, no, the development isn't for us, by their own volition, then monies would still be due. But the idea is that the potential project is sizable enough that the professionals could be paid for. So it's just a matter of whether they accrue and how much they accrue.
I'm trying to pack in a lot today. And, again, we'll keep thinking about follow-ups, keep checking our website for follow-up information and contacts, which are all up there. This is really trying to pump for further work and conversation. So, with that, I'd like to introduce to you Reverend Junkin from Antioch Baptist Church. Let me just say, I heard about Reverend Junkin from Jared Huguenot, who is the associate kind of conference minister for the American Baptist Churches. And he told me long before I met you, I had to talk to you. So, there we go. So here you are. So, okay. Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon. Hopefully your eyes are not as bleary as mine right now. But I'm going to try to keep it, I can't talk as fast as Jason, but I'm going to try to move through things rather quickly. We've been talking a bit, and Jason and I, and just talking about what Antioch has done. And so I want to share a little bit of who we are, what we did, and what we have learned. And so that's the last part there that's on. So unfortunately, there's not a lot of visuals with this. There may be a couple of pictures. Hey, it's Marion. Oh, by the way, Rose, Marion says hello.
and Peter Ginsburg, and Annette Govan, and Patsy Morton. They were key people who worked with Rose and Rose. There would be no Antioch Homes Apartments without Rose Newman. And so they prepared these notes for me, and I'm going to try to share this as quickly as possible. Let me do the old Baptist thing. Let me take my watch off so I can look at it. I don't know how much time I have, but I'm going to try to cut that. Okay, so Antioch is 125 years old. We just celebrated our 125th church anniversary about 4 weeks ago. Antioch has an interesting origin. Antioch, our spiritual ancestors, the initial members of Antioch, had been enslaved on John Jay Homestead. This Justice Supreme Court. So down his family lineage, those people were freed, and they were deeded land in what became a very, very extensive area that we now call Bedford Corners. And if you look back on old maps, you'll see that there's a CC colored church at Bedford. That's how it's kind of, we don't have the video, the image of that. What happened along their history is somehow, no one wants to tell it quite accurately, but somehow that congregation was forced to move. And so it moved, and it was developed a building where it was located for many years. And then they wanted to expand the Sawmill Parkway. And so back in 1928, it had to be moved again. And that's kind of, in that part of upper or northern Westchester County, that's actually happened quite a bit. And so the town of, or the township, not the town, the hamlet of Katona has quite a few churches that actually lock, stock, barrel, pick up the building some kind of way and actually move it and put it on a new location. And so that's the building that was moved in 1928, but now it had siding on it, so rather than seeing the wood shingles. It was placed there, and we worshiped there for many, many years until 1976. The main church building was moved. The parsonage was built on the adjacent property to that building. The existing adjacent building was purchased and converted into an education building. So what I just tried to say was that there's 3 buildings on the site, on that particular site. The church, the parsonage, and you did find the pictures. Okay, so that's the parsonage on the left, and the education building is on the right. In '76, they purchased what was the former Bedford Hills Methodist Episcopal Church, which became Bedford Hills United Methodist. That when that congregation disbanded, Antioch was in a position and had such a great relationship that they were able to come right in, work with the conference, and purchase the building. And so where we are now, up the hill, where we are located now since '76, is Antioch Baptist Church. And so we retained our former property, which is on Railroad Avenue. Again, you saw the church with Marion Blunt standing in front of it, our parsonage, and our Christian education building. They converted the Christian education building into apartments. And so since 1978 up until 2015, Antioch was doing its own internal affordable housing. And so there was no subsidy to it. Actually, the church was subsidizing. So the tithes and offerings were used to help to make sure that families could get a good head start. Because where we are in Northern Westchester, it's very big. The rents or the homes, the lots, whatever, extremely high. And so to just kind of get your footing within the community, you needed a little helping hand. The rents that were charged, one family was renting all of the parsonage, the 4 apartments. They were going for about 2/3 to even down to 1/2 of what market rate was for that kind of apartment in that particular area or region. Okay. When I came in as pastor in 2015, there were quite a few problems. One of the biggie was if you've been charging 1/2 to 2/3 of market value, how do you do the upkeep? And so each of the buildings were in need of serious repair, most of them 6-figure. The church building had an occupant of the Bedford Central School District was using our church building as an alternative high school. And so they were paying the cost not only to rent, but also to do the renovations needed to have the building up to code to be an alternative high school site. Okay? That relationship ended in 2013. We had a couple other challenges that were going on in 2015. One of them was that not only the renovation, but the taxes were really going up. And so, again, it was going to be tithes and offerings that were going to have to pay that tax increase. Another challenge that we had was that the church building and at one point the parsonage were up for historical designation. And so our local historical board had already made it clear that although they hadn't gotten to the point where they were going to designate those, they were on their list, and it was coming. And so when the trustees and the church began to look at, well, what do we do with this property? We can't keep going the way we're going because that's going to be like an elephant on our backs. It's going to sink us eventually. And we also want to have our housing up to a standard that we ourselves would like to live there. You know, pardon the expression, I hope it doesn't offend, but we don't want to be slumlords. Okay? But we want to treat people with decency and respect and dignity. And so there were a lot of things that were working within us to do something. The trustees looked at possibilities of working with other groups to do some kind of joint venture, and that really was not working out. Now, on top of that, remember the timing and everything, and if you remember that back at that time, Westchester was being sued as a county for affordable housing units. By the end of 2017, Westchester County was obligated to develop 750 units of affordable housing. And so our church trustees created a concept of a renovation project involving the parsonage and the apartment building and the church that would be supported by the Westchester County program. So basically, we wanted to keep, it was within our spiritual kind of DNA, within the culture of the congregation that we've always done affordable housing. We don't want to lose that, you know. But we can't afford to do it on our own. We have had the buildings and the properties appraised, and that's keeping it at a nice high level. But practically, if the buildings are going to have historical designation, then the developing person can't do but so much change with them. And so it limits. Also, if we, this isn't in their notes, they didn't say this is me. When the town or whoever the entity was that said, we need to move your building, back in 1928, when they moved them from where they were to make room for the sawmill, they didn't put them in prime property. So the congregation started off in Bedford Corners in the most prime property. They got moved to less prime property. Someone was talking about leverage. They didn't have it. Then they got moved again to an area that at that point, I'm not quite sure it's at that point, but at some point, it was zoned as light industrial. Okay, so people were living in an area as you go further down the road that was zoned light industrial. I guess we were kind of getting grandfathered in because we already been doing this and living there. I went too long on that part, I'm sorry. So what happened was a bunch of folk who really had the heart and the mind to make this project happen, pulled together. Chris Burdick, who was town Bedford supervisor, awesome man, called to Norma Drummond, who at the time was the deputy director of Westchester County Planning Development. It was her responsibility to see about those 750 units. And then Norma Drummond got them in contact with Rose Noonan, And as it says right here, Rose Newman became the MVP of our team. It actually says that. So over time, they began to work on a weekly basis. Every Wednesday at 7:30, the interested parties gathered at the supervisor of the town of Bedford's office, and they worked out things. It cut the time down tremendously, because rather than having issues to arise and then have to go check in with the department, all of those folks were already there at the table, and they shared together. So the supervisor was there, Norma Drummond was there, Rose was there, construction coordinator from Westchester County Planning Department was there, representatives from Blue Mountain Corporation, which is a non-profit affordable housing development agency in Bedford. Trustees from my church, the architect that was hired by my congregation was there, and the septic design firm that was hired by Blue Mountain was there, and then others joined them periodically when a specific issue was going to be placed on the agenda. So they just worked and hammered this out and made it happen. And our trustees learned how to do affordable housing development on the fly with wonderful, wonderful mentoring and consultation. Our biggest issue was septic. Where we are, don't think sewer, think well and septic. And so one of the things that had to happen was there had to be land set aside I'm trying to shorten this one, let me see. The size of the new septic system depended upon the size of the drain fields that could be implemented. And by design, we need so much septic per bedroom. And so that really shaped our project. It limited things. We kind of had the hope of going in and saying, oh, we'll go high. And so we'll put floors on and be able to go up like that, but we didn't have sewer. And so the septic setbacks were a challenge. We ended up with the idea of 3 buildings that would have a total of 12 units or apartments and a total of 16 bedrooms. So it ends up, the math is that it was 8 one-bedroom apartments and 4 2-bedroom apartments for a total of 12 apartments and 16 bedrooms. We did also have the requirement for the off-street parking, but ours was not so generous as 0.5 parking spaces per unit. Ours was more like 1.5. And so again, that cut into the design, and they did quite a few different site designs before they came up with what was actually going to work. So you're seeing some of this being established. And that was modular housing, modular construction. I'll come to that in just a moment. Let me cut to the chase. To answer your question about how does this get funded, if you think about all the factors that I just shared, they were highly motivated. And so a lot of grants. When this comes out, it came out to, I think, about 2/3 of this project was covered by grants. Yeah, a lot of grants. And a lot of work was done very, very quickly in order so that we could get into those grant funding cycles. And so certain things had to move very quickly. As Jason was talking about earlier about does the AG, the Attorney General's office get involved? Sure did. And it was, we just had to make sure we did things the proper way. We found out that with all of we're also congregational, there's no governing, there's no connectional affiliation above us. And so we had to, there's no body that is takes higher authority than the congregation itself. And so we had to do our votes in a way that the Attorney General's office prescribed. So we ended up having to take 2 votes eventually. They had been voting all along the way, only showing some of the rooms within the single bedroom apartments that are in the church. So the church building has 4 one-bedroom apartments. The other ones are built like townhomes up and down. And the middle building has 3 apartments. The big building on the end on the right that's gray has 5 apartments in there. And they are very spacious. Oh, you saw Ribbon Cutting. Okay, keep going. So we did have to develop an HDFC we had to spin this project away from the church and put it in the hands of our Housing Development Fund Corporation that was separate from the church. Okay, so that was one of the things that was a heart blow, is that we had church members in those properties before we started this project. And when it came down to the end of it, we no longer own that property. That property is owned by our HDFC, and it's managed under their guidance. Okay, we don't receive any income from this. We receive an acquisition fee on the front end, well, not the front end, but when all everything was signed, we got a big lump sum check. But there's no getting money from this now as the rents are being collected or whatever else. Okay, and we also don't have the liability and the responsibility. The way in which we're connected to this is only that a hard tug of this is history kind of a thing, and it bears the name Antioch Homes Apartments. Okay, but it is not a subsidiary at all in any way of Antioch Baptist Church. That is now cast off, but it has that singular purpose and can only do affordable housing. So let me read the notes as they gave them to me really quickly. After the viability of the project was established, Westchester County specified the structure of the deal with Antioch Baptist Church. Here we go. Westchester County would buy the site from Antioch Baptist Church. Westchester County would then sell the site for $1 to a nonprofit corporation that would be formed with the sole purpose of developing and operating the affordable housing project. Number 3, Antioch Baptist Church could not have a controlling interest in the nonprofit corporation and could be financially, Antioch Baptist Church could not have a controlling interest in the nonprofit corporation and could be financially benefit during the operational phase of the project. So they didn't write that right. What they're trying to say is we don't benefit financially during this operation phase. The selling price will be determined by an independent appraisal of the site. We did have an independent appraisal of the site. It came in at a very reasonable level, and we chose not to push that hard for that highest price. One of the reasons why was because if we chose to try to go for the maximum, that extra would make the project really not feasible. Because right now, what's paying for things and paying off the loan are the rents. And we would have made everything have to go so high that it would not have been a feasible thing, and it would have. And so, knowing that the safeguards were there to make this work for us, and continue on to what we've been doing for many years, knowing that what we did receive, and they don't want me to talk too much about financials, but what we did receive was enough to make sure then that our church was totally out of debt. We had done a major renovation in our existing building that we purchased in '76. We've been renovating on that for years and years and years, and the phase that we had just done was well over $1 million. And so we paid that down tremendously. And what we received is an acquisition fee for the selling of that property to Westchester County, more than paid for our current indebtedness, and put some money in the kitty for some other projects that we need to do, major projects we need to do in our existing building and properties. And so we didn't, this is a sense of being greedy, but there was a higher calling and a higher purpose here. And there was also a sense of, when is this opportunity going to come around again? It's like, oh yeah, we can, it reminds me of, I was saying this to Jason, one time. I said, even I've had this personally where I had a home to sell, and let's say I wanted to sell it for $500,000. But an offer came in for $475, and my wife and I said, no, we're not going to do that. We wanted $500,000, and then it's a whole year before another offer comes in, and that comes in at $470.
In the meanwhile, you had all those taxes to pay and all the upkeep and all the rest of that. And so there was a sense of what's the likelihood? Now, if I can, since I'm talking to faith-based folk, is this an opportunity that God is laying in our laps that we are just going to ignore? When we took our vote as a congregation, the one that the Attorney General has on file and on record, it was not unanimous. There were two people who thought we really should hold out for more. All the rest of us said, no, we're moving forward with this. And again, the one tough thing was that we had control of who would be in those apartments in the past, and we lost that. And actually, everyone who was in our apartments back then is not in the apartments today. But what we were able to do, and Rose, I don't know if you were part of making that happen, but they found funding to support and make sure that each of the current residents had assistance, even financial assistance, to relocate to a new housing setting. And all of them have been okay in the places where they have found. One of them found, because she was an older lady, she found senior housing right down the street in a bigger apartment for less rent. And so everyone was, satisfied with that, but still. So, you want to go to lessons learned? All right, let's go to lessons learned. There were phases and things that we went through. Some of that's already been covered. So, lessons learned. Which one are you on right now?
I'm starting from the top.
Oh, okay. I'll let you just kind of read those a little bit. One is basically saying you need a consultant. We couldn't have done this without, again, I hyped up Rose Noonan, but it was the truth. We couldn't have done it without her.
I just want to, if I may, sort of underline the point. I think that there are many lessons learned from Antioch's experience and some that are totally not replicable, right? The way that this was funded, it was a perfect storm is, I guess, the buzzword or whatever. That they had the need, and they went out into the community. There were pressures on the community that were going to make this financially untenable, as well as internal to making this financially untenable. And there just happened to be a federal lawsuit against Westchester County that said you need to start putting your affordable housing where the poor people ain't. And so there was a large push to put that, Antioch was ready and willing to accept that, but that is not how affordable housing is typically funded. The financing is probably not replicable, the contacts and the expertise is certain.
Yeah, and so we did have consultants, legal firms, and we had some structures and some like Blue Mountain, an agency that used some of its own funding sources to help us. Let's see, which one do you want?
You talked about the experts, lead paint, I guess is the...
Okay. Did you catch the one though? The Antioch we did spend $12,000 of our own during the concept phase with the appraisals, the septic studies, the architectural fees, legal work, those kinds of things. And know that these funds that are happening in that kind of concept phase, early concept phase, may not be reimbursable if the project doesn't move forward. But that's, there's a risk, so there's a risk in it all. No sense in missing that.
But it moved forward and you were reimbursed.
Exactly. Lead paint, before 78, you got lead paint.
Yeah, period.
And so we had to perform lead paint testing and abatement in all three of the buildings. Next. Asbestos, oh yeah, it's in there. It's in there. And so Antioch Homes had asbestos testing and abatement in all three of the original building sites. It's there. Taxation can be a challenge. Some local, I'll go to the bottom too. Some local governments may be open to negotiations on number one, payments in lieu of taxes, or two, initial period of non-taxation or total tax exemption. Here's what happened for us. The town of Bedford granted Antioch Homes a local property tax exemption that lasts for the duration of the mortgage. And so again, that was we're in good relations. Town of Bedford is an interesting town in that one of the things that it has recently done is it has a policy now that those who are developing have to set asides for affordable housing, and if not, you have to put X amount of dollars, I don't know what the formula is, into the kitty so that Bedford can do its own work towards affordable housing, especially identifying zombie homes that may be able to be converted. And so, we're going to the next.
I just want to underline the point on tax exemption. So for those that are in the 5 boroughs, there's something called the 420C. So if you have publicly subsidized affordable housing, you pretty much, as of right, get a tax exemption. If you're outside New York City, you're going to have to negotiate with your municipality. And frequently it's the IDA, the Industrial Development Agency, that's responsible for pilots unless that municipality has other legislation. So you really need to know with which entity you need to negotiate the exemption. If you have a development partner, they will be acutely aware of this in the system.
Okay, historical building preservation, you're there already. Okay, so our commission, is empowered to preserve historically significant buildings and buildings with architectural and historical features. To do this, they're empowered, to review all renovation and construction plans for buildings on their historic building list. Some have power to withhold building permits until their conditions are met by developers and contractors. Ours has that kind of ability. And so we really did some negotiations around the table, and as a result, down at the bottom, 2 of Antioch's original site buildings were on Bedford's historical list. We successfully negotiated with the Bedford Historical Preservation Commission to reach a mutual joint agreement. So we were able to demolish the parsonage, but we had to maintain the facade of the church. They wanted a little bit more, but then practical matters happened when they began to do the demolition. We found out that we had termites to the core. And so the facade of the church is really all that remains, with that being improved upon, of course. So it looks like the original church, but again, it has the 4 single-bedroom apartments inside. The little floor plan is totally different. Okay. Let's see. Oh, here's what we found. Let me just go through both of these real quick. New York State has specific building requirements that apply to affordable housing projects. The requirements have to do with a maximum unit size, a minimum unit size, interior doors level, interior natural light, and other related items. We had no idea until we heard from our consultant that those kinds of things existed. And we found out that there were architects who were unaware of these requirements if they had not already been doing affordable housing projects. And so just don't assume, it's kind of a lesson learned, just don't assume that all of the architects know of those regulations and have them in mind when they're doing their developing. Okay?
The same is true of your consultants and your attorneys, right? If you have someone on the board or someone that you know that's a real estate attorney but hasn't done affordable housing, you could end up someplace where you don't want to be. It's a very specialized work with lots of requirements.
Yeah, so saying it's a different animal. And then finally, we did modular construction. It was really cool when it was going up. It looked like Legos. You know, the different units were already constructed off-site, and they were trucked in, and then the cranes came in, and it looked like, take this big thing, put it there, next one goes there, and goes there. They just kind of all got put together, and then it was really, it was really cool to see. You know, I was out there on the street, blessing all the workers and everything. It got to the point they saw me, so I'm like, hey, Pastor, how you doing? Hey, bless you, how you doing? You're doing a great job. But it went really quickly. We poured the foundation and the footers and everything. Took about a month and a half at most to cure. And then we did a little bit of a groundbreaking. Kind of a groundbreaking size blessing. And then, shoot, here they came. By October, they were onto the punch list. Oh, so that was in June. So by October, they were on the punch list. And then we did the ribbon cutting. And by Christmas, everybody was in their brand new apartment. It went really, it was amazing with the modular construction and just how fast it went. It is less expensive, but again, it has some extra steps to it. You know, designs must be reviewed and approved by the State Department. It can add a few months to the project timeline as far as making sure those compliances are there. But in the actual construction, pow, it was done very, really quickly. That's what I
One of the issues that you may face, just to sort of put it out there, is if you have modular construction, it means that it's built somewhere else, which means that somewhere else has the jobs that are constructed. So again, you can't maximize all the variables. So you need to be aware that that's something you may hear from the community and something that you may hear from your congregation.
Yeah, we're not having union up there.
Beverly Hills, not a whole lot of.
Yeah. So we really didn't get that pushback. We didn't get a lot of 2 more seconds. We didn't get a lot of pushback. And one of the things that I think it was Tiffany was saying and emphasizing it over and over again. We've been part of the community for a very long time. And in that area of northern Westchester, I was saying to Jason, we just get together on just about everything. If it's something about immigration, somebody calls us to the table, we all come and we all share. If there's other issues that are going on, we all come and we all share. It's interfaith, it's people who are not part of a faith organization in the community. When they had the shooting at the Orlando nightclub, a person within the community said we need to march and we need to protest and we need to do some grassroots kind of work. They said that on Monday. By Saturday, we had our march. We had over 300 people there, and we had tables of grassroots organizations signing people up. And so we're kind of a community where we do a lot of sharing on that way. Even sometimes, Becker Presbyterian just says, we're putting out the table, we're putting out the food. Everybody just come. There's no program. Just sit at table and be community and talk with one another. And so in some really informal ways, folks already knew that we were doing affordable housing in that spot. And then they found out through the newspaper articles and other things that we were looking to do something other. We had plenty of opportunity to share with the people of the community about it. And so we never had the not in my backyard, pushback kinds of issues, did not have a real zoning issue again because we were already there doing what we were trying to do. We're trying to do it again in a different way. So I don't know all of this can be replicated, but word of encouragement, it can be done.
We're going to abbreviate this last part and really allow. So I'm going to ask a more general kind of question. There's more specific questions here that you can reflect on, as you're going home on the train with your group and so on. But I guess I wanted to just take some time here to say, what do you talk to us, to the group here about? What is one or two things that you took away from this day? And maybe a question that you have that you feel like still needs to get sort of addressed. So I'm just going to kind of open it up then. You have a little time to work on that. Okay? So let's go for it. Yeah?
I've been experiencing this as a fire hose, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm considering what is it I need to bring back to my faith community.
Right.
So at the beginning of our day, we really talked about sort of what are the theological underpinnings and how do we talk about this as a community. And then we spent kind of the rest of the day getting a nuts and boltsy kind of place.
Right.
My community is going to want to hear both of those things. Because in order to do the kind of discernment that I think they're going to want to do, they're going to need a lot of this information.
Right.
So I'm trying to sort of think about how do I
let me try. Let's see. I was a pastor for 27 years. My first church, we did a development when my first church I was seminary. And it was the poorest of the 3 churches I served, but we ended up doing this. And we had like no money, like less than no money. I had a half-built sanctuary that was abandoned by the contractor who was doing cocaine in the parking lot and $450,000 in debt. That was my first day in my pastoral church, okay? So, I get it. And a lot of times, in terms of the development that we did, it was really an opportunity that was put before us where we had 4 acres of land that happened to be ours, but it was in 1 acre zoning. We wanted to put that senior housing development there. The idea is we were going to sell that land to we set up a separate corporation. We were going to sell that land to the corporation and take the proceeds to pay down the debt on the sanctuary and build affordable housing at the same time. It didn't work out that way, but we had already formed the corporation with the developer, and we together went and bought a piece of property across the street to be able to build it. So I'm just bringing this up to say that every place is unique, but I think there may be 2 things that every faith community can do. One is to spend some time in your preaching and your teaching around this picture of church and community. 2, and flesh that in terms of really going with your church out to meet different people, in your community and see kind of what comes up there. And then I think every church should figure out whether they have designs to build or not. What is their property worth? How is it zoned? What is, if they wanted to develop, what are the possibilities, to do that initial kind of work. And somehow in the interplay between these 2 things, of that more missional neighborhood, sorted out city kind of vision, combined with what's going on with your property, see what starts to emerge out of that. It's the first time we've done this. I think we're going to probably come back and try to hone this down a little bit, but when you look at Jason's PowerPoint and look at those 5, 6 steps, that's a good thing for churches to do. The other thing I would just say is with Tiffany's stuff, when she was talking about how to deal with planning and with not in my backyard and how to communicate and how to do all this stuff, I'm going, oh, you're right, that's what we should do in church, right? It's not just angry neighbors, it's angry church people, right? Who, want to demand why, the flowers were put up this way, and why isn't the American flag, on the right side, it's all this kind of stuff. So, to engage that relational piece and use some of these tools to do that, I think is also helpful. Jason?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add to this quickly. I don't know if you mentioned it. There's an evaluation in the back of your binder.
Yeah.
So to Peter's point, this is our first time out of the gate. So if this can be more helpful for other people, we want your feedback. Second thing I was going to say is the professional not as a pastor. I would think this is, of course, it's a training requirement. And part of your responsibility as an attendant here, whether you want it or not,
is to take all that information, put most of it in your pocket, and then come to your congregation, I think, right? And you've got, if you need a checklist, there's a checklist in PowerPoint that's there. I think that the single issue here is, does your congregation, on the whole, right, it's not going to be ubiquitous, but does your congregation buy into the fact that they need to be better neighbors? And if the answer is yes, then perhaps it is like Antioch and Bedford Hills happens to do, which is sort of just opening your door and starting a conversation to say, how can we be better neighbors? And the entire through line here on this whole day is, what can my neighborhood do, and what can I do to lead by example? But you don't need the answer, you don't need the value of your property, you don't even have to say like, yes, we are open to people renting our space. Just open the doors and say, how can we be better neighbors? And I think it'll happen organically. People will say, we have this need, we're not doing that. You've got these things that we're doing well, and maybe that's overly squishy, but that's my takeaway from that.
Okay, go ahead, Heather.
I would just say, having watched a really awesome webinar that our my denomination, United Church of Christ Cornerstone Fund, put on, that was a 1-hour thing that tapped into a lot of the information you might need, but also provide an example. Anyway, one thing that they were so clear on, start with mission. Whatever your mission is, whether that's the question of how am I being a neighbor, or it's something else related to that, you start with the mission, and then do our buildings allow our congregation to meet that mission? Chances are you will see a disconnect between those two, and that's where you can start to go to work.
Yeah, just one other thing. This is a fire hose experience here today. Thank you for that metaphor. What I hope we were able to convey, if you didn't get all the detail, is what I want you to go with today is that there is a lot more possibility for what you can do than most churches think about, realize, or imagine. Okay? All right. Here we go.
I was the one for y'all for around earlier.
Okay.
However, everything that was said there, I can remember 35 years ago,
Right.
a group of churches, you didn't do it by yourselves. There was a group of churches who decided that we would not stand for homelessness in our community. They got together and they formed a group called SHORE. And SHORE represents sheltering the homeless is our responsibility. Together with the help of Rose Guinness, we came together and we built what we call ownership and rental situation in the city of White Plains. People were able to buy homes in White Plains at a fraction of the price. The obligation was to rent to someone who was coming out of a shelter who needed another start. So you may not have to run this race alone. No. It's just run it together. And that means looking at one consultant, hitting all of those points, because we did those. And we had the NIMBY situation.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you stand up there in a public hearing and you find out that your next door neighbor is not thinking the same way you're thinking, then the door's open. And that's where the hurt. But what the hurt does for you, gives you energy to keep going.
Right.
So I thank you.
That's great.
Thank
Good
you
stuff.
for opening this up. And when you see the name SHORE, remember that we take people into having permanent homes.
Right.
That they can afford.
Great, thank you. All right, I've seen Hans and then we'll
William.
Here, I have some mic because we're trying to record.
I'm glad this is called Who's My Neighbor? And I learned something new today, and I really appreciate that. And I learned it from a fellow Presbyterian minister, and it's called root theology. And how I understand that is that my fellow minister says, this is not just a Christian thing. This is a faith thing. This is a ecumenical thing. This is an interfaith thing. We live in a world where we have to reach out to all our fellow citizens. And, well, we know enough about what's going on in the world in terms of separation and so on. And we know that that is the way we have to go. We know about the racial issues and so on. I don't want to get into that. But I do want to close by saying I'm glad that the point I put on the blackboard up there about reaching out to prisoners, which happened to be my ministry, got 4 red dots. So at least there are 4 people here who feel they need to do more about that. So I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Let me just say one thing just in response to my turn to William with regards to that. Every single church or any pastor worth their weight does pastoral care, right? Okay? It's the person who's in your church who has to move from their home into maybe like a skilled nursing facility, right? And they come to your office and it's painful because they don't know how they're going to possibly pay for this. And then you need to think about, okay, well, we got this immediate thing that I'm trying to address my parishioner, but then also these larger structural things happening with government financing. You have to care about things like what's going on with Medicaid cuts, for instance, or whatever that is. But to really use these pastoral care moments to remind yourself that everything's so interconnected. Similarly, we can talk about criminal justice reform in the abstract, but chances are good that there's a parishioner or 2 in your congregation who either was previously incarcerated or has a loved one who's currently incarcerated. Are we going to treat that person in the same way, with the same care, as the person who had shoulder surgery and we're going to visit them in the hospital? And then what happens to that family in terms of how we as a church respond to them pastorally? And if you start there, it's naturally going to be moving you into, well, hey, what's going on in my community and how do we meet these needs? Okay? Yeah.
One of the richness of today is the set of resources that have been shared. That can begin to be the beginning of your church's library, the social gospel that's there. But more than that, we have a tremendous opportunity in the season of compassion, which we are now, the season of Thanksgiving, the coming season of Advent, where the theme of being neighbor or not being treated as neighbor, the theme of welcome, just provide a way for us to connect in our liturgy, in our prayers, in the songs we choose. Some of these materials, even a mini Bible study, just one between now and the end of the year, looking towards the season of Epiphany, that provides an opportunity for opening up something new. And while that's happening in the church, the pastor and others who may be in leadership can just, as 1 or 2 or 3 people, begin the conversation that was laid out by Tiffany today. Get that planning document. Begin to have your mini group look at things and somehow see what that is telling you, how to build that into the life of the church. When it comes time to have presentations,
having some of those outside people from the region and from the community come and present, just beginning to build it. Everything here took time. I was reminded of the pastor who was talking about his journey from being in prison, getting a revelation. And he said he was born again. And then I thought immediately, it takes about 9 months for a baby to be born. How much had he been working on this until he was ready that day for that change? And so I think just be patient and dig in where you are at with the resources that we have. And those resources are really a small sample of another resource list that's on the website that is biblical resources and other kinds of resources. This is long-term work. We're in for the long haul. But just you beginning where you're at is going to be the real thing you need to do.
Great. All right, Mark, I see you back there.
I just wanted to, we're here obviously to talk about primarily affordable housing, but really the larger question is what's the best use of underused faith properties? And I just wanted to
mention, I just received an article a few days ago about the lack of trauma centers, that in some poor neighborhoods people may have trauma, may be shot or injured, and they may be miles away from the nearest trauma center, and sometimes that can be the difference between life and death. So just to say that we need to look at what the needs are in our neighborhoods, and there may be another way, in addition to housing, that we can serve a really crucial need that we just haven't considered. And so let's think about what these wonderful sacred spaces that have been passed on to us for people from generations ago, how's God calling us to serve by using these spaces that have been left in our care that maybe we haven't considered?
One thing I just wanted to add, the Reverend Junker, are you still here? Yeah. If you listen carefully to how churches get together in that community, they've been building up a whole relational reservoir for a long time, right? You guys get together. And my experience in a lot of churches is the pastors may get together occasionally if they're, some of them say, I got a thing, I can't show up to the, whatever it is. But they don't bring the parishioners with them. But it's the work as baptized people, to use a Christian formulation, that ministry is the work of all of us. And building that whole connectional life, multiple kinds of connections, showing up, being present, things start to emerge. Opportunities appear, but you're going to miss a lot of them if you're not out there talking to folks. And you might not see the immediate benefit of that to you may not be obvious for a while. Okay? Go ahead.
It's a little twist on asset mapping. In my seminary, they talk about not just looking at the needs in your neighborhoods, but looking at the assets in your neighborhoods already that are just yearning for a place or people to join with and fulfill.
There's a group out of the University of, in Northwestern University, it's called about asset-based planning, where you come in and you ask, so it's a development tool, what's right about this community and how do we build around its strengths, rather than what's the problem here that we have to eliminate. Okay?
One, I just want to give all of you kudos for being here today, because I think from the outside perspective, although coming from the architecture side of it, I come from the other side of the parishioner and not really seeing what the leaders in my church are doing. So one, I want to thank you all for having this interest. But then somebody was asking about what to take back. I think simply going back to your congregations and just giving a quick, hey, I went to this seminar and I need everybody who is interested in being a better neighbor to come out on X night. Plain and simple, have them come out, because
it really is going, I feel, from the parishioner side of things, that you're gonna see a different light, and you're gonna have more hands on deck. So, I think right now, in this animosity-filled world right now, all of us want to be better neighbors. So please, I really encourage you to reach out to your parishioners and find out what their view is as well.
Okay, Dora?
Well, just quickly, I'm a pastor, and so of course I'm thinking about my sermon for next Sunday. And in the gospel reading that I will be using, Jesus talks about the Pharisees and the tax collector. And I'm not saying we're all Pharisees, but the wonderful thing is, as you look at that passage, that the Pharisee thinks he's doing everything he needs to do. He doesn't realize that there are this whole bunch of things that haven't occurred to him. And so my point will not be to thump my Bible and castigate my people for not, but to invite them to all kinds of new thinking. And so what I've loved about today and what I'm going to take home are the stories. The stories about how people have begun to do a different kind of discernment. And I wish we could do even more of that here, Peter, because that's really useful, and that's what sort of sparks the attention of the laity. For me, personally, I came thinking about, affordable housing, but I wasn't thinking so much about senior housing. Housing for seniors that need help, seniors who can no longer live in their homes for a variety of reasons. So that's something that I need to talk to, because I've got a lot of elderly parishioners, and that is a need that they express. So since they've already expressed it, boy, putty in my hands. I mean, we can start talking about it. So that was very useful to me, and it's, again, not something we stress, but could be. Thank you.
Great. Oh, I would love to hear you from you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Terry. I'm a Reformed Church of America pastor in Staten Island, and have worked in doing homeless housing for 35 years for an interfaith not-for-profit, but I also pastor a church. So I just wanted to share two things. One, I just want to tell you that in addition to every skill and strategy that was shared here today, you have got to be really, really strong on the inside, because the forces of evil out there are horrific. And I learned the hard way when we tried to integrate a neighborhood with housing, and ended up with our tires slashed, our brake lines cut, our doors painted black. We were firebombed, we were smoke bombed. It wasn't safe for people that we had put in the housing. We had to move people out. We went to court. We had a big case. In the end, people were arrested. People went to jail for what they did for us. But it took me years, the trauma of living through that and sleeping. I slept in that house for almost a year with a family, because the woman was wheelchair bound. And if they had really set fire to that apartment, she'd have never gotten out. And that was kind of like the level. Now that was in the 1990s, and that's Staten Island, and maybe the world is not like Staten Island. I sure hope the world is different than Staten Island. But there's really, really strong forces that will come out of the walls that you would never imagine people doing and saying, because of the preservation of the real estate value and what they perceive is going to bring down their neighborhood. And racism is the undercourt issue in my community. Like I said, it may be different elsewhere. Oh, okay. Well, just checking. I live on an island. And the second thing I want to say is that one of the things that we've tried to do in a very simple way is we've created something called friendship dinners for the last 10 years. So we try to proactively build allies in the community, and we bring together people from different races and cultures and religions, and we go around the entire Staten Island community, and every month we have a dinner that's potluck, and we bring together between 20 and 40 people, and we keep their names. And so when we go to a public hearing, I'm going to call on those people to stand up and say something positive. And you have to build allies way before you even start a project. Anything you do in the community, you need allies beyond the congregational walls that will stand with you, regardless of where they come from a faith perspective. And it's a very, very long, hard battle, and kudos to the congregations that conquered.
I've heard you're like the NIMBY expert. You know a lot about how to do this work. Yeah, keep track. So, thank you. All right. Any other thoughts, reflections? We probably will cut it a few minutes early, but I want to know from our presenters if you had any additional reflections hearing this or responses. Okay.
And all the material and presentation.
Yeah, it'll all be up on the site. My site, New York State Council Churches, you can just go, click who is our neighbor, it says White Plains, and there's a little link right next to the White Plains thing, and you just click on that, and all that'll pull in, okay? We're just gonna use this site as a tool, and we're gonna keep adding stuff as we go.
What about the recording?
And the recordings are gonna go up as well, not right away, because we have to do some editing and stuff, but we're going to put those up as well. So spread the word out there, invite your friends. We have 4 more seminars coming, so through your networks, to urge people to come so we can kind of keep this conversation moving around the state. Well, it'll have a similar structure, but the illustrations are going to be different depending on the region we're in. Okay?
Do you encourage us to come back?
You can come, it was great to have you come back because you might be able to contribute into it and have another round. So, and we'll probably think about some other kinds of more targeted follow-up things as we go. Again, this is our first crack, and we're going to see what happens. One other thing I'll just mention is we do have something called the Interfaith Affordable Housing Collaborative, which is formed, which has some money available for pre-development, this kind of pre-development stuff, if your faith community is interested in doing affordable housing. 50% of that money is for the 5 boroughs, the other 50% for the remainder of the state. Okay?
If I may, I think also the Attorney General, I only know this tangentially, so be on the lookout, but we can go through here to distribute this information. I believe that the Attorney General has settlement funds from the housing crisis. I believe that some of those monies are also going to be available for pre-development, for affordable housing. That's coming through, I think, local not-for-profits, but one more resource, I think.
It's interesting, I heard from Lawrence Hammond, who's with the Community Preservation Corporation today, and also Ruth Hassel, who's with the Governor's Office. And the top need that they said, they identified for faith communities, any community, but faith communities in particular, is to do the pre-development work before you sign the contract, okay? Have that emblazoned in your head. It's worth that upfront investment. There are ways to do that so that it doesn't kill you as a church, but these are good things to do to get yourself in a position of being able to do creative stuff. Okay, Heather.
Will any of the presenters be available for additional questions? Or do you want us to channel those?
No, you have all the contact information up on the site. You can call them directly. But I'm glad to talk to you. Willing's glad to talk to you. If you want to just kind of reason through, that's what we're here for. Gee, this is my thought, or we can help you with some networking. That's what the New York State Council of Churches is here for. Okay?
By the way, there are some other members of our board that are here. Maybe we can have.
Oh, yeah, sure. Sunfire is a member of our board, and is Regina Haig still here? She had to go. It's like 2 Quaker representatives on our board. Great. Okay. So look, it's 4:45. I'm sure you're pretty wiped out, and I really want to thank everyone. If you have time to, fill out an evaluation, that's great. We try not to, turn it into a, 50-page questionnaire. Just something, give us a little feedback if that's helpful. And if there are things that occur to you that you want to talk to us about later, please come and give us a call. Okay? Yes. Let us pray. Well, gracious God, we are so grateful for this time together, and help us strengthen one another in our resolve to do that which is faithful and just. Help us to love the people we serve deeply, to love our neighbors as ourselves. And we ask all these things in your holy name. Amen.